Welcome to the September 27th, 2023 Natural Resources Board meeting. We will begin the webcast in 3, 2, 1.
Good morning and welcome to the September 27th, 2023 Natural Resources Board meeting here in beautiful Manitowish waters, Vilas County. As everybody here can see, there's a real touch of fall out there. The leaves are turning colors and the maples are just fabulous. I can't imagine a better place to be right now. Please join me in saying a pledge of allegiance to our great nation. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'll now call our hybrid meeting of the Wisconsin Natural Resources Board to order. Bear with me, I've got a few administrative reminders to go through. First one is please turn off any phones or electric devices that could interrupt the conduct of the meeting. And I'll be the first one to do that. Or maybe the last in this case. The Natural Resource Board meetings are televised via YouTube. We welcome and thank all viewers for tuning in. Records of our past meetings are available for review on the DNR website under the Natural Resources Board Briefs of Action. Direct public involvement and open, transparent meetings are the foundation of how this board has operated for over 50 years and for how we operate today. Our Natural Resource Board discussions and decision-making are transparent to all, and public testimony is very welcome at every regularly scheduled Natural Resource Board meeting. And to ensure fair and equal time for all, please limit public testimony to 3 minutes per speaker. I have my faithful light system up here again this morning, and the way that works is when you're providing testimony, the green light, you're on. When it hits yellow, you've got about 30 seconds left. And I'd ask you to hit your main points and close it up in a concise fashion. If it gets to red, I will remind you that you're over your 3 minutes and we'll have to finish your testimony. And I also want to mention that speakers can augment your remarks by providing additional written materials to the board for their review. I know sometimes it's really hard. You've got a lot of important things to say, and 3 minutes goes really fast. So if you got technical detail on that, it really helps the board to get that in writing, and it helps you then to be concise in your remarks. I'd also remind staff presenters via Zoom, we will have some people coming in over the Zoom feature. Please make sure that you're muted and your video is turned off until your item is announced. And for all participants, please note there can be delays in the Zoom broadcast, and it's really easy to talk over one another. I'd remind board members, and I will try and mention names of those that make or second a motion so we get an accurate record of our proceedings today. And then I've got a few thank yous that are also very important. First of all, to thank Secretary Payne and your leadership team for your continued emphasis on developing an open communication and your support of the Natural Resources Board. Again, to enhance collaboration between the department, the board, and the people that we serve. Our meeting today in Manitowish Waters is one of 3 regularly scheduled board meetings that we hold out of Madison. Most of the time we're meeting down in the headquarters at Madison, but we make it a point to try and bring our meeting out to be more accessible to the public in all parts of the state, to develop and sustain good collaborative working relationships with all of our conservation partners, and also to give the board a chance to see firsthand those unique resources and the issues associated with that. We have a very diverse state, And parts of the state look a lot differently than the square in Madison, and it does the board a lot of good to be able to come out outside of our individual neighborhoods and see what the rest of the state looks like. And we also can get a better appreciation of the resources that we are all responsible for. And I'd like to add to that a special thanks to James Yock, Deb Benson, and a number of local and program staff that have made this possible. These outstate, out of Madison meetings require a lot of extra work. You can imagine the logistics and the communication issues associated with that. It's a lot of work on the staff's part to enable this and make it happen. We think it's important, but I also want to express our deep appreciation to the staff for that extra effort. Thank you. I also, at every meeting, go out of my way to point out Ashley Bistow. Ashley's over there. She is our board liaison position, and she is the point of contact for the public in your communications with the board. And this is a chance to connect a name, a face, and a voice on the line. So Ashley, thanks again for your very strong support of the board functions. And lastly, I want to thank all the employees, the citizen volunteers, and our conservation partners of the Department of Natural Resources for your continued and tireless work to protect and enhance our natural resources and to serve all the citizens of our great state. Board members, any comments or questions? Hearing none. Ashley, would you call the roll, please?
Karen Adams.
Present.
Dylan Jennings.
Here.
Sandra D. Knox.
Present.
Jim Vandenbroek.
Here.
Marcy West.
Here.
Bill Smith.
Here.
And Paul Burke.
Present. Okay, next item on the agenda is Secretary's remarks. Secretary Payne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. It's a pleasure to be here in Manitowoc Waters. What a treat yesterday was. We were in Viroqua at our last meeting and had a wonderful day and tour there. But Marcy, Paul, this may have matched that experience because yesterday was just tremendous. I want to thank James as well and everyone involved with setting up the tour. Just setting this meeting up and the logistics of being out of Madison takes a lot of work. And some of us walk in here and we're focused on our remarks or other comments and all the work that went behind the scenes to make this happen. Thank you. Thank you to our IT staff and Ashley and everyone involved. And thank you to all of our staff who prepared all of these materials for the Natural Resources Board. A lot of work goes into these meetings and they're very important. So it's a pleasure to be here. And yesterday, the tour, every now and then a day like that, it revives you a little bit, right? To get out and enjoy the colors and to meet with people and to experience firsthand the partnerships and collaboration. Geez, we met with some wonderful people yesterday. Local officials, nonprofit organizations, staff giving presentations. I want to thank Paul for initiating the discussion with Bartling's Cranberry company. What an experience that was for all of us. I had never seen a fall harvest at a cranberry operation before. We learned a lot and we saw how much that family cared about water and water quality and how important it was to their business. But great experience. So Paul, thank you for that. And thank you to our friends at North Lakeland Discovery Center. I see some of them here today who gave the tour. Was that a treat? I did not know that was DNR land, that a long time partnership here where they operate this facility, the history. It was just an absolute pleasure. We had a number of staff and too many to mention who provided presentations about the importance of water, forestry, our land conservation. And thank you. Very valuable. We all learned a lot. The opportunity in the afternoon to walk around the property and then the bike tour. Yes, for those of you who aren't here or aren't aware, we went on a bike tour yesterday. And folks like Jimmy and Paul seem to be leading the charge on the bike tour. But it was the first time I've been on one of these battery powered bikes before. And I've never felt in better shape. But what a trail system. What a remarkable legacy for this community that people had the vision to think about enhancing their non-motorized trail system, that they pulled people together, significant donations were made, And now the campsites in this area, most of them are connected, and it's been a great influx of not only people coming to enjoy the Northwoods, but good for the local economy. Vision, leadership, collaboration. Whenever you're around that, it's just, it feels good to be a part of. And of course, our agency has been supporting that as well. So thank you, everyone involved, for yesterday and making it such a tremendous experience for all of us. As I've had the opportunity to get out and about more over the last 8-9 months, one of the key questions I'm frequently asked is, what do you enjoy the most about this role? And I generally don't have to think about that very long, because as I've said from the onset, the people here at the Department of Natural Resources, the passion, the dedication, they're second to none. So I really appreciate working with my coworkers and getting to know them better. But I also have really appreciated getting to know stakeholders, tribal leaders, people from across this state who care so deeply about natural resource protection and enhancement, who care so deeply. The passion. It is just a pleasure to be around and to support. And I want to give you just a snapshot of last week. Just last week, Monday, I attended the Wisconsin Counties Association meeting. There were over 800 local officials at that meeting, had the opportunity to talk about the roles and responsibilities of the DNR. Also had the opportunity to talk about PFAS and water quality, as did Jim Zelmer, who had a breakout session the next day. Without question, people are concerned about water quality, what we're doing to further protect and enhance it, how we're responding to people, communities in need. But it was just such a wonderful event, and a shout out to Mark O'Connell and the Wisconsin Counties Association. If you didn't see their monthly magazine, the focus was on natural resource protection and enhancement. I don't think in my 25 years or so of working with that organization have I seen this much focus on natural resource protection and enhancement. Katie Grant, our communication office director, was a big part of that. But how nice to see the Wisconsin Counties Association helping lead the charge in raising awareness. Really was pleased to see that, really was heartened by all the interest in our agency and our programs and services and what we can do more to support one another. I also want to give another shout out. As I mentioned, Katie Grant, we have our own magazine. And I think this is one of the best kept secrets in the state of Wisconsin. The Department of Natural Resources has been publishing this magazine for a long time, and our staff all participate in preparing articles and background information. It's a diverse group of programs and services, obviously, at the agency. And if you have a membership to this, and of course, anyone with a patron license does, or folks who sign up individually, I encourage you to do so. I think it's one of the better values of the state as well. So a shout out to Katie Grant and everyone who works on this magazine. But as I said, Monday was a great day because I was surrounded by local officials that cared about their communities and cared about natural resource protection and enhancement and are collaborating with us in a great number of areas. Marcy West, Jimmy and I used to be executive directors of the Land and Water Conservation Association. There's an article in there from that organization that they're collaborating with. A lot of good things happening, a lot of good people. On Tuesday, I drove north and went to Mole Lake and met with Chairman Robert Van Zyl. Chairman Robert Van Zyl is the tribal leader for the Mole Lake Band of Lake Superior Chippewa Indians. I got there a little early and went to his office, and he graciously took some time to see me and asked to go for a ride in his truck. Mm-hmm. And we went around and we looked at where there was a proposed mine at one point and what an impact that would have made on the community. We went over and looked at just a beautiful lake in the area and just the quality of the water. And I got to know him a little bit better. I didn't know he was a tremendous athlete in his day, a good baseball player. I didn't know he was a teacher, but by the end of that afternoon, I did. Did he teach me a lot about their culture, their heritage, the importance and value of the land. I was just very, very impressed with him. And it was a great way to start what turned into our state tribal wolf consultation the next day on Wednesday. And many of the tribal leaders were there. It was a very good discussion. Again, talked about the importance of their culture and heritage, what wolves mean to them, what the land and water means to them. In many cases, we have so many shared values. Good people. Good people. It was a very good experience. We learned from one another. Our staff, Eric and Randy, did an excellent job presenting the revised wolf plan. And there was good discussion about that. And let me be clear, and I think as everyone knows in this room and maybe watching this online, the tribes do not support a hunt. They do not want to see a hunt. But they're also mindful of the importance of this plan, because if and when there is a hunt, they want to make sure that it's very thoughtfully regulated, managed. So I so appreciated their input, and we will continue to listen, not only to tribal leaders, but everyone in the state. We will continue to listen and consider and make refinements as needed to improve upon the plan. But as you know, we're getting close to October 25th, and we're looking forward to bringing that to fruition next month. But it was a very good experience. And again, just another example of being surrounded by passionate people who care about the state and care about natural resource protection and enhancement. On Thursday, I headed over to Williams Bay, south by Lake Geneva. I'd never been there before, to Williams Bay. They have a Chiwaki conservation area, nature conservancy, that in 1990, their local officials had the vision to preserve as the headwaters of Geneva Lake. And it's just beautiful. And you can see the pride that they have. I spent time with Harold Frystad. He's in his 80s now, and he was the town chair at the time who really drove it. And so many people like Jim Killian and others continue to do so. But they take such pride in this, and they know how important it is to keeping that lake healthy. And again, partnerships is what made it happen. From there, we went to Yerkes Observatory. How many of you have been to Yerkes Observatory, yet alone heard of it? I hadn't. Everyone is shaking their head for the most part. No, I hadn't. In the late 1800s, University of Chicago built this place, and it's to study the stars, right? It's got one of the largest of its kind in the world telescopes. I mean, it's as long as this room just about. It's huge. But did you know, in Wisconsin, at Yerkes Observatory, that's where the Milky Way was discovered? I had no idea. Good people, again, looking to preserve that historic place and all of the good work they're doing around it to improve the conservation practices. Just tremendous community support, collaboration, concern about the environment. On Friday, I spent time in Nakusa with the ATV Association. Did you know over 500,000 people now have registered ATV and UTVs in the state? It's as hot as deer hunting, and it's growing faster. Just tremendous passion for what they do and the recreational benefits as well as the economic benefits. So enjoyed meeting with Randy Harden and others. And then Saturday, to end the week, on Saturday, I was back in the Wisconsin Dells, where I started on Monday with the Wisconsin Woodland Owners Association. And their leadership and working with the private sector, working with private landowners to make sure that they're mindful of all the programs and services that the DNR and other agencies provide to make sure we have a healthy, sustainable forest here, and that we're using good practices, and just was impressed with their passion and how much they care about the environment. So just a snapshot of 1 week, Mr. Chair, 1 week of people from across the state who care so deeply about natural resource protection and enhancement. What a pleasure it is to work with people with that dedication and those values. So with that, Mr. Chair, I appreciate this opportunity to share a little snapshot. It's easy to answer that question when I'm asked. And I will also end by saying my compliments to the Natural Resources Board members who all recently went through their confirmation discussions. That can be a little stressful. That can create a little anxiety, as I'm sure it certainly did for me. And I thought everyone did an excellent job responding to the questions, and I just so appreciate how thoughtful this board is. So my compliments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for getting us off to a very stirring and positive start. Before we proceed into the agenda, I want to note for the record that all board members are here and we do have a quorum. So with that, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I request that we move the Copper Falls State Park donation from the consent agenda 2B to number 3. And we move the Lake Superior commercial fishing update, item 6B, to take place right around 11 o'clock to accommodate the schedule of the chair of the Lake Superior Commercial Fishing Board. So those two refinements, please.
Okay. With those changes noted, could we have a motion to approve the agenda with the amendments requested, with 2B going to item 3 for discussion, and to have the Lake Superior Commercial Fishing Board at or shortly after 11 o'clock?
Motion to approve.
Second. Got a motion from Sandy. Second. Jimmy for a second. Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you. We have an agenda. Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. I'll read through the topics that are still on there. 2A is an approval of the brief of action from the August 9th, 2023 meeting of the Natural Resources Board. Item 2B will go to item 3. Item 2C, acknowledgement of donation. The Friends of Willow River and Kinnickinnick State Parks will donate several pieces of heavy equipment valued at approximately $92,000 to Willow River State Park and Kinnickinnick State Park. The donation includes a skid steer, a brush chipper, and a UTV with tracks and a cab kit. This equipment serves a critical business need and will be used to ensure safe operations of both properties. I'm jealous. Those sound like some really interesting toys to have around, but they are very important pieces of equipment to maintain the parks. Item 2D, acknowledgement of donation. The Andrew F. Bell and Edith M. Bell Charitable Trust will donate $40,281.50. The donation will be used to provide $20,140.75 for continued support of endangered resources priorities, and it will provide an additional $20,140.75 to fund activities associated with wetland habitat. Item 2E, request the board authorize a preliminary public hearing and comment period for statement of scope for emergency order FH 1123E and board order FH 1223 for proposed rules affecting chapters NR 20 and 25 related to Lake Superior Cisco and lake trout regulations. Item 2F, request the board authorize a preliminary public hearing and comment period for statement of scope for board order WM 0523 for proposed rules affecting chapter NR 10 related to elk management. Are there any other items from the consent agenda the board would like moved to item 3 for further discussion? Hearing none, I'd request a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Move to approve the consent agenda as listed.
Got a motion from Marcy. Is there a second? Second from Dylan. Any further discussion from the board? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you. We'll move on to item 3. This is listed on the agenda as item 2B. Move to item 3 for discussion. Mr. Secretary.
Yes, thank you, sir. I'd like to invite Phil Reinish to come forward. He's our Deputy Division Administrator to set the stage for this donation.
Welcome, Phil.
Thank you, Chair Smith, Secretary Payne, members of the board. I am Phil Reinish, the Deputy Division Administrator for the Fish, Wildlife and Parks Division. I'm here today to introduce a very generous donation of a pavilion building at Copper Falls State Park. Copper Falls State Park is one of our true gems of the Northwood State Parks. This building has been a long-term goal that we've been working towards for a while. And it's going to be built to meet the CCC architecture standards of that park. If you've been there, you've seen those buildings. This will look right in context with those. The building's being donated by the Friends of Copper Falls State Park, and we really appreciate their support of the park, both with this and throughout. Bob Aldrich, the president of the Copper Falls Friends Group, is here. And so I just want to say thank you, Bob, to you and all of your membership for your continued support of the park. We really appreciate it. And now I think there's going to be a photo op.
We're going to do a quick photo op and then we'll return to business here, if that's all right with you, Mr. Chair.
That's fine. Take a short break.
Bob, you want to join us?
Okay, thank you all for that brief interruption. When it comes down to the bottom line, the photographers are running the show around here, so. I have to add, Copper Falls is an absolutely beautiful park, one of my favorites, and this is particularly meaningful today. Wonderful donation and beautiful, be a beautiful time to be at Copper Falls today. The tower there, it's just a wonderful view of the fall colors and Lake Superior on a clear day. Okay, next item on the agenda, action items 4A.
Point of order. I just like to ask if we have a motion to approve the
Oh, thank you.
acknowledgement.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Make a motion to approve the donation.
We have a motion to approve from Sandy. Do we have a second?
Second, with
Second
thanks
from
to
Marcy.
Copper Falls, Friends of Copper Falls.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Any further comments or discussion? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you. Now we'll move on to item 4.
So
Or-
it's really the attorneys that are running the show with the photographers.
We have multiple actors in this operation. And thank goodness, I might add.
They're patient with us.
Before this meeting's over, Marcy will speak up more than once and remind me too. She's got my back on this stuff. I got caught up in the emotions of the fall colors in Copper Falls State Park. It's the best excuse I can make. Okay, 4A. Request adoption of Board Order AM-5-21, proposed rules affecting NR 428 related to revisions to natural nitrogen compound emissions regulations. Kristen Hart, Air Management Field Operations Director. Welcome, Kristen.
Thank you and good morning, Chair Smith, Secretary Payne, members of the board. I am Kristen Hart, Field Operations Director for the Air Management Program. And in my job, I'm responsible for ensuring that rules and policy are consistently implemented across the state. Here we go. Today, I'm before you to request adoption of the final draft rule and board order for AM 0521, which revises parts of our chapter NR 428 to address some implementation concerns that we had with that rule. Chapter 428 regulates emissions of nitrogen oxides. These are nitrogen oxides from large stationary sources like generators, stationary and generators, industrial boilers, combustion turbines, asphalt plants, lime kilns, those sorts of facilities. And the reason we regulate nitrogen oxides is because it's an ingredient in ozone. And ozone is a pollutant that can adversely affect human health and environment. Chapter 428 applies to these NOx emissions in counties that either are in non-attainment for the ozone standard or have a history of non-attainment for the ozone standard. And the proposed revisions to this rule will address these implementation issues we've had with this regulation. So a summary of the changes that we are proposing here. First of all, we want to ensure that the emission limitations are achievable for combined cycle turbines. And we also included the ability to request a site-specific emission limit alternative under this regulation. We're also then clarifying emission limits and monitoring requirements for when facilities use more than one type of fuel. That's never been very clear. We want to clarify requirements for NOx sources, monitoring requirements for sources like smaller sources like kilns and furnaces, asphalt plants, and process heating units. And then we're also clarifying emission unit exemptions apply only to units constructed before August 1st, 2007, as was intended in the original rule. And then finally, we're providing an alternative to a 180-day waiting period between the time a facility submits a compliance monitoring plan and when it can actually commence operation. We did some outreach with this rule to make sure that we had stakeholder involvement and public input. We did get one comment of support from WEC Energy Group, noting that the proposed revisions address concerns about the technological feasibility of meeting emission limits. And then we also received comments from Sierra Club, which were mainly about concerns that the proposed revisions could increase emissions of NOx. And in response to these comments, we addressed that by describing how the emission limits would reflect current facility operations and that there should not be any emissions increase due to this regulation. And that's what I have for you. Any questions?
Any questions from the board? Sandy?
You mentioned the site-specific emissions limit. Do you set those in consultation with the site that you're working on?
Yes, they would have to submit their reasoning for needing the site-specific revision. And then we would also have to have approval through EPA before a site-specific revision could be approved.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? I'd also like to note on the record, the board received 3 written correspondences from people all supporting the change. Okay, with that, I think a motion to be appropriate here.
Motion.
Got a motion to approve, Dylan?
Yes.
Okay, motion to approve from Dylan. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Sandy. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you, Kristen. Next item is 4B, request adoption of board order WY 13-20, proposed rules affecting chapters NR 102, 103, 106, 207, 212, and 216, related to updating Wisconsin's water quality anti-degradation policy and procedures. Adrian Stocks, Water Quality Program Director. Welcome, Adrian.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Smith, Secretary Payne, members of the Natural Resources Board. I'm Adrian Stocks, the Water Quality Program Director. I'm coming today before you to request adoption of the final draft rule for Board Order WY 1320. We initiated this rulemaking in June of 2021. This rule is proposing to update Wisconsin's anti-degradation policies. Anti-degradation, for a little background, is a required element of our water quality standards under the Clean Water Act. This policy would require that we maintain existing water quality. This also protects high quality waters from further degradation. However, it does allow for new or increased discharges with protections via this anti-degradation review process. The two parts of this rule that are being updated are both the policy statement, which is contained in NR 102, and the implementation process, which is in NR 207 and NR 216. I'd like to give a little bit of background on the anti-degradation rule. We do have an existing anti-degradation rule in NR 207. It has been in place since 1973. Implementation procedures were updated in 1989. However, since then, federal EPA has updated the federal anti-degradation requirements in 2015. Part of this rule change is meant to update Wisconsin's anti-degradation policy to comply with those federal updates. In addition, we are working to provide some clarity both for our stakeholders and for our staff on how the process is meant to be implemented. We did significant outreach with our stakeholders that could be impacted through this. We had advisory committee meetings that we took input from our membership on the process and the draft rule language throughout the summer of 2022. It's important to note this rule identifies different categories of high quality and non-high quality waters, and then stipulates the requirements for each of those. So a very important part of this, which is possibly sometimes lost, is that these changes really apply to new or increased discharges only. If you're currently a permittee, you've got a permit and it's staying status quo, this has no impact on you. This is only for proposed new or increased discharges. This covers both individual permits and general permits. And so for our permittee that we currently cover, that includes wastewater, stormwater, and CAFOs. For our individual permits, this process seems similar to the current process that is on the books in 207. However, through these changes, we do anticipate that there will be slightly fewer applicants that will be eligible for a streamlined review, meaning it's potential that more of them will have to conduct the analysis. What's important on the anti-degradation portion of this is that we can't allow for that increased degradation. However, it's necessary to demonstrate to the department that that degradation has an important social and economic benefit. And that as you're proposing to increase the amount of pollutants discharged, you have evaluated alternatives to select the less degrading option. So it is also true that we don't see a lot of these in Wisconsin. As it stands right now, our universe has stayed relatively consistent in its size of permittees or has declined because of the fact that places either generally have already got a permit. And so, you know, the number of facilities that we anticipate this to impact is relatively low throughout year to year. For general permits, that's a broad class of categories that we cover under one general permit that the department issues. As we issue the permits from the DNR, we put in anti-degradation requirements within that permit. Therefore, if you're a general permittee, you apply for a general permit coverage. You don't have any additional steps to take because the anti-deg portions that would be required would be covered within the requirements of that permit. As far as economic impact, we estimated max annual cost at $1.7 million, max two-year cost at $2.5 million. We worked hard to determine this. Again, there is a relatively few number of facilities that come in for an increased discharge or a new discharge, but we attempted to overestimate that number just to be accurate or at least be conservative in our estimate. We propose potentially 5 to 10 facilities per year may seek an increased discharge or be a new discharger. And of these, perhaps one of them would need to select a less degrading option than what they've already proposed. For stormwater, again, most of those are covered under general permit. As I said, those requirements of that general permit already include those anti-deg provisions. Therefore, we don't anticipate very many stormwater permittees to be impacted by this rule. And additionally, for CAFO permittees, we really don't expect any to be impacted. So as I said, we did work closely with stakeholder groups that could be impacted by this rule as we were developing the rule language. We took those comments that received back from our stakeholders. We made some changes to the rule based on those comments. We really feel that there's very few facilities that are expected to be impacted. But we wanted to be clear and make sure that this was a practical approach for our facilities. So based on those comments, we made some changes to the rule. We particularly called out specifically that some of those less degrading options, such as that are lower cost, such as source reduction or optimization, are eligible to meet that less degrading option. We offer to do water quality sampling for the facility to determine the quality of the receiving water in order to minimize the cost of the facilities. And we also addressed some of the concerns about project delays by proposing to contact facilities and work with them in an earlier step so as not to delay construction. Additionally, we clarified when this rule applies, and it doesn't apply to existing permittees, as I said, or ones that we already have coming through. We also clarify that facilities that have a current permit right now, they can still use all the way up to their permit limit if currently their treatment technology is providing cleaner effluent than their permit allows. They can expand and use that additional pollutant load up to that permit limit. We specify that CAFOs already existing CAFOs already satisfy the anti-deg requirements. We also add an exemption for temporary discharges. This does happen occasionally, but we recognize we're not anticipating a temporary discharge, which may be necessary, but is shorter than 90 days, will not have a long-term impact to the water quality, therefore is not subject to this anti-deg review process. And we also increase the allowable distance for relocated outfalls. This is a situation where perhaps something that is aged infrastructure that needs to be reconstructed. If you need to relocate that in order to do the construction, we won't consider that relocation if it's in within 100 feet to be a new discharge. Therefore, again, not requiring to meet these anti-deg analyses. I did want to say that as I mentioned, this is an important rule for protecting our water quality, for preserving the condition it's in right now. We tried to be very practical, be responsive to the comments that we'd heard from our stakeholders, make this a rule that is practical for implementation, still allows for that important social economic development, but also preserves the protections for our important water quality resources within the state. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
We have 3 speakers signed up for this one, so I'd suggest we'll move to the speakers and then maybe entertain questions from the board after that. And Adrian, if you can stand nearby,
Sure.
We'll get to the questions in a little bit. Thank you. Our first appearance is Evan Feinauer from Clean, Wisconsin. Evan, are you here?
I am here. Good morning,
All right.
everyone. It's great to be
On
here.
screen. Thank you. Welcome.
I'm jealous of you all up there. It looks beautiful in the background. So I'm Evan Feinauer. I'm a staff attorney with Clean, Wisconsin. We submitted some written comments along with our friends at Midwest Environmental Advocates, so I can keep this brief. Part of the reason I really wanted to appear here and speak on this rulemaking was I participated on behalf of Clean Wisconsin in that advisory stakeholder process. And I just wanted, to let everybody know how much I appreciated how that was handled, because we felt that was a good process. We had 4 meetings. It was very transparent. There were multiple iterations of the rule that we got to see and respond to, innumerable opportunities to ask questions, make suggestions, get feedback from the department, bounce ideas off other stakeholders. It was a solid process. And we also heard when we made suggestions that DNR didn't agree with, we heard why, and we got a cogent explanation for why. And so that's kind of, from my point of view, exactly how we'd like to see this be done. So I really want to thank all the DNR staff that worked hard on this because it's a complicated rule with a lot of parts. And we thought the process was really open and transparent for everyone. The other thing, the next thing I want to emphasize is just sort of why anti-degradation is so important. We've been talking about the rule and we got a great background on it right now, but this is one of those pieces of the Clean Water Act that doesn't always get the enthusiasm or the focus maybe that other parts do, but it's really important, as the name suggests, because what we're doing is we're taking our high quality waters and we're making sure that they don't get degraded. Now, this is a situation where I think we've learned the hard way that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. It's a lot easier to safeguard our high quality waters and all the uses that they provide, swimming and fishing and all that, than it is to try to come back later and fix them up after they've been impaired or to live with a polluted water. And so this is a situation where this is really smart policy and a critical part of the Clean Water Act to protect these waters from degradation on the front end. And that's why the Clean Water Act requires all states to have, that want to run their own permitting program, an updated anti-degradation policy. And so I just really want to emphasize that this is something Wisconsin needs to do to get in line with the federal requirements. And we've been out of compliance for a while. Folks like myself have been patient and hoping that, we're going to get a rule online that gets us back up to speed. Our neighbors have come up to speed. It's time to do this. And this is a really good effort by DNR to get us back up to compliance with the federal rules. Thank you.
Thank you, Evan. Any questions from the board? Okay, thank you very much.
No, are there more that was questions for Evan. I'm good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Evan. Our next speaker is Tony Wilkin-Gebart from the Midwest Environmental Advocates, also on Zoom. Welcome, Tony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the board, Mr. Secretary, for allowing me to speak today. Evan just did a great job explaining some basic points. We also participated in the stakeholder committee and likewise found it to be a very, very good and thorough process, emphasizing, as Adrian said, being practical while still balancing the legal obligations that the department has. Evan said a lot, so I'll just try to be brief here. I want to emphasize where Evan ended, that this rulemaking is required for Wisconsin to comply with the Clean Water Act. As members of the board know, Wisconsin is delegated authority by the EPA to administer the Clean Water Act, and all states and tribes that administer the Clean Water Act have to adhere to minimum federal standards. In Wisconsin, we have a proud tradition of going often further than those baseline federal standards, and this board and this department have a strong legacy of doing that, reflecting the value that we have in Wisconsin of clean water. But the anti-degradation policy, which Evan said is really a critical aspect of a Clean Water Act program, for many years has fallen behind the baseline federal standards. And as Evan said, this is the part of the Clean Water Act that keeps waters healthy. It's the preventative part of the Clean Water Act. And it requires that agencies take a closer look at discharges that could significantly reduce water quality. Importantly, under the current policy, a discharge could use up to a third of a water body's ability to receive a discharge without exceeding that water quality standard, without being subject to anti-degradation review. And our comments even detail how a discharge over successive permit terms could use all of the water body's assimilative capacity without being subject to this anti-degradation review. So this is an aspect that has been far less protective than minimum federal standards for many years. DNR is proposing to change that threshold to 10% of the assimilative capacity of a water body. And just to use a crude analogy here, the current policy is really less protective than the kind of prudence that I think most of us would use with our bank account. If we were going to make a purchase that was going to use up to a third of the resources in our bank account, we'd probably take a closer look and say, could we get the same thing with less expense, or do we really need this purchase? And if that's the kind of prudence that we would use with something as mundane as a purchase, it's certainly the kind of prudence we should use with something as valuable as the state's waters. And then lastly, I just want to emphasize some points about the process that Evan had mentioned. The current policy has been out of compliance with federal standards for over a decade now. That the state has attempted to update the policies twice in the last 14 years. This is the third attempt. This really is the time to address this sore spot in the state's Clean Water Act program. And we are running close to the deadline here. There has been a really good and thorough process. As a result, we're bumping up against statutory deadlines. And so for this to move forward, the board does need to approve the rule in the next 2 months, as I'm probably running up against my time here. So I also, just in conclusion, want to thank the staff and thank the department for, again, a very thorough and thoughtful process. As I read the response to comments, I was struck by how detailed and thoughtful this process has been. One of the best responses to comments I think I've ever read. So hats off to the staff, and thank you again, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Tony. Thanks for wrapping it up. Any questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Tony. Our next speaker is Paul Kent, representing MEG Wastewater, also on screen. Welcome, Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I appreciate the opportunity to be here this morning. My name is Paul Kent, and I'm here on behalf of the Municipal Environmental Group Wastewater Division. And MEG is an organization of over 100 municipalities statewide who own and operate wastewater treatment plants. We're the local utilities whose mission is to protect public health and the environment by providing clean water in a cost-effective manner. In other words, we're the boots on the ground in terms of providing clean water to our waterways. We really appreciated the opportunity to participate in the rulemaking process. We submitted written comments, and we appreciate the department's thorough response and revisions in response to some of those comments. I'm here this morning because I have a few minor concerns that remain but are important. And at the outset, in addition to echoing the comments of the prior speakers about the process and the work that the staff went in, I want to make clear that we agree with the purpose of the anti-degradation rule in maintaining water quality. At the same time, it's important that it be implemented in a way that does not thwart other efforts at maintaining water quality, particularly those efforts made by local wastewater utilities. So the three things I want to just briefly touch on today. One is the definition of increased discharge. And because regional wastewater treatment plants result in fewer plants and fewer outfalls, it's long been recognized as a preferred option from a water quality, cost, and regulatory perspective. In our May comments, we asked that the definition of increased discharge be modified to prevent anti-deg review being required in cases where a municipality accepts wastewater from other municipalities or other sources if it otherwise remains in compliance with its limits. And the department, as Adrian mentioned, did modify the proposed rule, but we continue to have a concern that anti-deg review might be triggered if there is an increase in a mass limit, and that even if our concentration stays the same, because we have more wastewater to treat, that we have a larger mass going into the stream. If anti-deg review is required in such cases, we think that the department should provide either in its evaluation process in NR 207.031 or through guidance an explicit acknowledgement that recognizes the broader social and economic benefits that these regional plants provide, so that we can at least limit the time and expense required to go through this process. The second comment has to do with outfall relocation that we've heard a little bit about this morning. The rule originally limited relocations to 50 feet, and that has been expanded to 100 feet. But whether it's 50 feet or 100 feet or 1,000 feet, if the outfall structure remains on the same reach of the same receiving water by the same permittee and the water quality impacts have not changed, there really should not be the need to impose the additional site constraints and costs associated with anti-deg review in such a case. We're in the same stream reach and the same water quality. We shouldn't have to be looking at it just because we're moving the outfall. And finally, just to get to the question on assimilative capacity, we made a comment on which there was a response but may have been misinterpreted. As it was noted, the rule drops assimilative capacity to 10%, and we express concern that the rule only provides for a one-time increase. We're not claiming that permittees should be allowed several 10% increases, but there may be circumstances in which a permittee has, say, in 1 year, a need for a 2% increase, and then several years later, a 4% increase. And as long as those increases do not cumulatively exceed 10%, we think having the ability to apply more than one time on the without having to go to the full assimilative capacity would be preferable. There are a
Thank
few
you,
other
Paul. If you
comments
could-
that I had in my
You're
testimony.
well over your 3 minutes. If you could wrap it up concisely, please.
Sure. I was just going to say that my time is up, so that concludes my testimony.
That's pretty concise. Thank you very much. The questions from the board.
Just clarification, did you say you submitted written in addition?
We submitted written comments back in May.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
That reminds me, Marcy, the board did receive 3 written comments in addition to the testimony that we've heard here today. And 2 of those were supportive, and one of them had some criticisms, I think primarily of the limited amount of time they had to review the 200 and some pages of material that was submitted as part of the board agenda. And, I don't know, Adrian, if you want to comment on that, or if we move on to other questions.
Well, all I can say is that those comments were received by stakeholders that were engaged in the process throughout the development of the rule. So, I mean, we had met 4 times throughout the development of that rule language. I think the package had been shared with commenters at least 4 times, and we've also presented on the rule to individual stakeholder groups throughout the last year. Recognize it's a lot to go over in the final package, but there was a lot of engagement on the development and those draft packages throughout the process.
Yeah. Let me ask you just for clarity, the 200 and some pages I looked at, most of those look like they were documents that had carried through the whole review process over the last many months. And I didn't see a lot of any new information that had cropped up since that. So hopefully anybody involved in that process would have had adequate time to review the technical aspects of what was brought forward to today. I think we heard that in the comments from 2 or 3 of the presenters about the thoroughness of your process. So thank you. Questions from the board? Marcy.
Almost where you no, okay. Yes, again, I always appreciate the briefings. For those of you who don't usually watch NRB meetings, NRB is unique in that we get the opportunity to meet with staff prior. So am I getting okay? I knew I was getting a look. So this is a very important rule, and as was stated, it's been looked at. I think this is the 3rd time. Is that correct?
Right.
Right. Okay. So first, if we can start with Mr. Kent's comment about that concentration and the regional. Could you respond to that, please?
Yeah, sure. And I appreciate that opportunity to respond to that. I think what Paul said makes sense to me too. I heard in there that, you know, he's recognizing those mass limits and how to handle those within there could be addressed through guidance development. In my mind, as I was hearing that comment, that made a lot of sense to me in order to give some of that sort of guidance, sort of instruction to the permittees in a situation like that. And so I think that could be a pretty workable solution for addressing that particular concern of Paul's.
Does it require any change?
No.
Okay. And then his question or comment about the change in the distance, if you're going to the same water body, I would assume I know the answer to that, but do you want to address that quickly?
Yeah, so I mean, we do feel it's important to protect that local water quality where the discharge is. And so that is why, although we received that comment, we declined to make a change on that. Although we did extend that distance in order to facilitate those kind of reconstruction activities that may happen. However, I think it leaves the door too wide open if we're just going to call it the reach.
Right, because within that could be some significant changes. Am I allowed to keep going, or do you want me to stop?
Go ahead.
All right. In your presentation, you indicated the relatively low numbers. When you think about the past 3 years or the past 5 years, per year, what does staff get in terms of this level of a permit?
We would have to, as an average, I would say it is 1 or less. So,
Okay.
you know, as we look at it, that's been about the average that we've seen.
Okay. And then that was used in the economic impact analysis as well, right?
Right.
That the department used a very conservative number. The letter we received from Wisconsin Manufacturers and Commerce, Paper Council, and Midwest Food Production Dairy Alliance, that collaborative, they used a higher number, and the economic impact would have been greater based on if you get an incredible number of permits compared to what history shows.
Right, that and the assumption that we would require construction of a full-fledged wastewater treatment plant, a capital expenditure to build, you know, the ultimate sort of wastewater treatment plant, which we work to clarify that a less degrading option such as optimization, source reduction, those less expensive treatment options would qualify as a less degrading option under this rule.
Okay, last one, I promise. In your presentation, you indicated that CAFOs, you don't expect any coming through the CAFO process. Can you elaborate on why that is?
Yeah, and so that's really because CAFOs under the WPDS program are expected to have no discharge. So if you're an existing CAFO and you have an ADL or, you know, an alternative discharge limit, we determined that has already met the anti-DAG requirements. New CAFOs, that permit that is issued to them already has those requirements for no discharge. So thence there's no additional degradation because there is no discharge. The only exception would be if you were a new CAFO that was seeking an alternative discharge limitation. That's not a very common scenario. And so we really don't anticipate that to happen because a new CAFO would get a CAFO permit that has those no discharge requirements from the production zone.
Right, but do you have a way of addressing if
Yep.
Okay.
It would be the same process. Then it could potentially have to go through this, you know, that social economic benefit analysis and the analysis of less degrading options.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you.
Sorry.
And thank you and the process and the people that participated on it. I think my question is more of a clarification. I heard and read that there is up to 90 days if there is an event or an action that increases the discharge.
Mhm.
Do you have a plan of addressing either the volume that speaks to, or a way of ensuring that it doesn't do deep damage?
Yes, well, we do, and that's an important part of that. And what we're talking about is like that temporary discharge exemption that we built in here because we recognize. And so the language we have is, are we anticipating that there will be significant degradation or damage to that water resource? In that case, if we did anticipate that, those would typically be covered under a general permit. If it's not eligible for a general permit, or it's sort of a you know, an emergency situation, we would manage that as it came in. If it looks like it was going to have this long-term impact to the water resource, in that case, we would have to find you know, an alternative way to address that. If it's a continuous discharge that could have a long-term impact, in that case, we would look at permitting it in normal situations and not sort of apply this exemption to it. But I expect for analyzing the impacts of that discharge, our technical experts would look at that, or water quality biologists, or water resource engineers, try to determine what impact that may be, analyze the receiving water, and determine if there is going to be an impact, how we can mitigate that. So I think there is some effort that would happen under the department's purview to determine what that temporary discharge impact may be. We anticipate, though, the way this rule addresses it, those are not the sort of normal situation.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions, comments from the board? Jeremy?
Just one quick one, or hopefully it's quick. So Paul Kent mentioned 3 concerns, and I think Marcy dealt with 2 of them. But I think his first one dealt with the definition of discharge. And I know this is a complicated rule, and boy, a lot of things intersect here, but could you explain maybe a little better what, if you understand the concern he has, and whether that's been dealt with in the rule or could be?
So I was listening to those comments too, and I think one of them was the definition of the discharge, and I think he's talking there. Well, there was 2 of them. One was either where that's at on the actual receiving water. And I think we sort of discussed that a little bit, where we expanded that zone, but we didn't want to go to anywhere within the reach.
All right.
That was one. The other point was really, I think, based off of water quality based effluent limits or technology based effluent limits. One having concentration limits and the other having mass limits, and how we could deal with those. I think I heard he suggested we could deal with those through guidance, and I think he's right. We could.
Excellent. And thanks for that clarification. That really helps.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Hearing none, do we have a motion?
I'll move to approve or adopt board order WY 1320.
Okay, we've got a motion to adopt. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I got Paul over here on the second. Thank you.
I defer to my colleague.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Any further discussion at the board? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you, Adrian.
Thank you very much.
Okay, our next item is item 4C, request adoption of emergency board order FH 0922E, proposed rules affecting chapter NR 26 related to fish refuge establishment. Brad Egel, Great Lakes District Fisheries Supervisor. Welcome, Brad.
Thank you, Chairman Smith, Secretary Payne, and Natural Resources Board members. Brad Egel, Great Lakes District Fisheries Supervisor, hopefully seek an adoption of emergency order FH 0922, establishing a fish refuge on the Milwaukee River. We are in the last stage here of seeking adoption of this emergency rule. And as Secretary Payne talked about in his remarks, he had a really great week last week. I had a pretty good week last week, but I really had a great day on Sunday because we had our 17th annual Sturgeon Fest on the lower parts of the Milwaukee River, where we released for the 17th year sturgeon that we raised at our Milwaukee River Streamside Rearing Facility at a River Edge facility. Since that project went in place in 2006, we've seen 2 dams removed in the Milwaukee River, 1 passage improved around a dam, and this would be the 2nd fish passage around a dam on the Milwaukee River, all working together to, once these fish return as spawners, have more access to the Milwaukee River. So I'm happy that we're moving forward, that we have opportunity to ask for this adoption of this fish refuge around the 2nd fish passage project. And obviously here, where these fish might be vulnerable to harvest or maybe some illegal activities, we're looking for this refuge right below this project that's being worked on as I speak today. The in question is at our Kletch Park Dam. We're seeking our year-round refuge there on the eastern bank, right where the construction is occurring right now. And as you can see, it's outlined there in red, and the rest of it would remain open for fishing, as it's a relatively favorite spot for catching migrating salmon and trout in the fall right now. And we hope that this fish passage project is completed this year, and this emergency rule is enacted so it can protect any fish that are moving through the fish passage later this year, and then of course the coming years. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Chairman Smith, for approval.
Okay, thank you, Brad. We have no public speakers on this one. Are there questions from the board? Brad, you emphasize the benefit of this to the growing sturgeon population in the Milwaukee River. I'm guessing there's a lot of other fish species that are also going to benefit from this fish passage on the river. Without going into a lot of detail.
Yeah, definitely. The passage project like this one and the one that's a little further upstream is all designed to pass like the slowest moving or the hardest fish that can actually pass through the passage, which is typically like northern pike that has like low burst speed. So it's all designed to not only pass sturgeon, but also other native fish species. And I'm sure our salmon and trout will also utilize it as well. So hopefully when it gets built, we'll see good numbers of fish move through that passage.
Thank you. Wonderful project. Any other comments from the board or questions? With that, I think we need a motion. Motion.
Second.
Dylan moves approval. Sandy seconds, or excuse me, Sharon seconds. Okay, any further discussion from the board? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you, Brad.
Thank you.
Okay, next item is 4D. Request the board approve the statement of scope for board order air management AM 10-23 and conditionally approve the public hearing notice and notice of submittal of proposed rules to the Legislative Council Rules Clearinghouse for proposed rules affecting chapter NR 410 related to revising fees for reviewing air pollution control construction permit applications and exemption determination requests. Gail Good, Air Management Program Director. Welcome, Gail.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Smith, Secretary Payne, and members of the board. I am Gail Good. I'm the Director for the Air Management Program, and I'm here today to request scope approval for AM 1023 relating to fees associated with air pollution control construction permits. The Federal Clean Air Act requires sources of pollution to obtain a construction permit before being constructed, relocated, or modified. Air Management Program staff review applications, issue permits and revisions, determine exemptions, and assist facilities with this requirement. The Clean Air Act requires that this work be adequately funded through the collection of permit fees. The fees the department charges for these activities were last increased over 12 years ago in 2011. And as you can see by this graphic, in recent years, the revenue collected through these fees, that's the peach bar, those have been inadequate to fully support program expenses or the blue bars. This is the result not only of inflation, but also several permit streamlining rules completed by the department that created program changes and flexibilities that were requested by the regulated community, but that require department work for which no fees or inadequate fees are collected. And as the graphic shows, this situation is expected to persist into the foreseeable future. The program's recent funding deficits that you can see there in the graphic have been covered by utilizing a revenue surplus that was built up in earlier years, but this surplus is projected to be gone by about the end of next year. To ensure that this program can continue to meet federal requirements and remain responsive to the needs of our regulated facilities, this rulemaking would seek to revise fees to ensure that future program expenses can be adequately met. So thank you. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions you may have for me.
Are there any questions for Gail? Marcy?
Quickly, thank you for the briefing last week. Appreciate that. this is going to be a big issue. And the scope statement is the starting block. Can you talk about who you pull in, similar to what Adrian talked about with advisories and how this goes forward with a working group?
Absolutely. Yep. If approved to move forward, we have a number of different stakeholder groups that we'd be able to communicate with. Our primary group on that is our Air Management Advisory Group, a member group that's made up of a number of different organizations, representative of Wisconsin. We would first, of course, go to them, and we did let them know very recently that we were able to come to the board to request approval of scope and take some of their questions there and ensure them that we'd be setting up some public process throughout this, of course, to get feedback about how to work through this rulemaking. We do intend to, if approved, to move forward. We would set up some focus groups, I think, right away to hear from our stakeholders, hear their concerns, and hear their ideas for how we can move forward in this rulemaking.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, comments? Paul?
Given that you're just starting the scope process.
All you have to talk right into your microphone.
Given that you're just starting the scope process and that you anticipate running out of your excess funds next year, how are you gonna bridge the gap between when you can incorporate new fees and
Yeah, thank you for
No.
the question. Yeah, thank you for that. We've been working over the last several years really to look at how we can be more efficient with our permit writing. We've implemented a number of different things like templates and things like that that help our permit writers be more efficient and more effective in their work. We'll continue to seek those efficiencies to make sure that we can get these permits issued as expeditiously as possible. Unfortunately, our best in the nation permit times, which we've usually been able to issue a permit in about 3 to 4 months, a permit of this type in about 3 to 4 months. Those times will increase a bit, but we'll continue to seek efficiencies to make sure that we can get these issued as expeditiously as possible. They are really important to the business community and regulated community for economic purposes. We know that, and we'll continue to work on being able to issue these as quickly as possible.
Other questions from the board? I think we're ready for a motion.
I'll move approval of the statement of scope for Board Order AM 1023.
Marcy moves approval
I'll second.
and Jimmy seconds. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you, Gail. Next item on our agenda is 4E. Request the board approve statement of scope for board order DG -3-23 and conditionally approve the public hearing notice and notice of submittal of proposed rules to the Legislative Council Rules Clearinghouse for proposed rules affecting subchapter 3 of chapter NR 812 to update, correct, and clarify existing code requirements and add requirements for new pump installations and water treatment and other specified code requirements within chapter NR 812. Marty Nessman, Private Water Supply Section Chief. Welcome, Marty.
Morning. Thank you, Chairman Smith, board members, and Secretary Payne with the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm here to ask the board's approval of a scope statement for the revisions of chapter NR 812 related to well drilling and pump installing. The objective of opening the rule would be to update the provisions for new pump installations, water storage and treatment, correct and clarify recently revised well construction standards as needed, and streamline processes. A study group of licensed pump installers and other stakeholders will be created to provide input to the department on the revisions as they're being developed. We'll also continue to update the Private Water Advisory Council and the Drinking Water and Groundwater Study Group of our progress throughout the process. Thank you for your consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
We have no public speakers. Are there questions from the board? Hearing none, do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
And a motion to approve from Sandy. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second from Paul. Any discussion from the board? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you, Marty. Hold fast. We got another one. Our next item is 4F. Request the board approve the statement of scope for board order DG-04-23 and conditionally approve the public hearing notice and notice of submittal of proposed rules to the Legislative Council Rules Clearinghouse for proposed rules affecting chapter NR 146 related to water well driller, heat exchange driller, and pump installer licensing and registration, and drilling rig operator registration. Again, Marty Nessman.
All right, thank you again. So chapter 146 was last revised in 2014 to codify changes to chapter 280 Wisconsin statutes, which added requirements for the licensing of heat exchange drillers. The objective of opening the rule for changes would be to revise licensing and registration requirements where needed to provide a clear understanding of rule language and intent and for more efficient administrative processes. A study group of licensed well drillers, heat exchange drillers, pump installers, and other stakeholders will be created to provide input to the department on the revisions as they're being developed. We'll also continue to update the Private Water Advisory Council and the Drinking Water and Groundwater Study Group of our progress throughout the process. Thank you for your consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Again, we have no public speakers on this item. Are there questions from the board? Hearing none, all those in favor signify. Excuse me, we're gonna need a motion first.
I will so move.
I'm on a roll. Thank you, Jimmy. We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Dylan seconds.
Oh, I thought, okay.
Any discussion from the board? Okay, now we're ready. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you, Marty.
Thank you.
Thanks, Marty.
Next item is 4G. Request the board approve the statement of scope for emergency order FR 06-23E for proposed rules affecting chapter NR 47 related to federal funding for the Urban and Community Forestry Grant Program. Laura Buntrock, Urban Forestry Partnership and Policy Specialist. Welcome, Laura.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Smith, members of the board, and Secretary Payne. My name is Laura Bunchock, and I'm the Partnership and Policy Specialist with the Urban and Community Forestry Program. Today, we're requesting approval of scope statement for proposed emergency rules related to federal funding for the Urban and Community Forestry Program. So here's where we are at in the process. We held a preliminary public hearing on the scope statement, which I'll summarize in a bit. But once the scope statement is approved, we can move forward with drafting the emergency rule language. For some background, our Urban and Community Forestry Grant Program has been operating since 1991, and we competitively award funding to local governments, tribal governments, and not-for-profits to improve urban and community forests across the state in communities of all sizes. This year, the department was allocated $4.875 million of Inflation Reduction Act funds through the USDA Forest Service. And this is a multi-fold increase to our typical funding levels. There are some requirements of the IRA funding, including that 80% of this must be subawarded to local entities. It must be used within 5 years of award, and the match waiver that the department received for these funds must be passed down to our sub-grant recipients. So we aim to award $4 million of this funding through our Urban and Community Forestry Grant Program. However, our grant program currently contains some restraints that may prevent the department from fully utilizing these funds. And therefore, we're seeking an emergency rule change to increase equitable access to and efficient disbursement of these funds to local entities. So in the scope statement, we've included the following topics, which would be part of the future emergency rule: increasing the maximum grant award amount, providing match waivers, looking at the reimbursement frequency, and expanding eligibility to receive advance payment. So as requested by the Joint Committee for Review of Administrative Rules, we held a preliminary public hearing on August 21st. One member of the public attended the hearing and provided testimony in support of the scope statement. A full transcript of that testimony is included in the green sheet package. For next steps, if the scope statement is approved, we would begin drafting rule language and engage with key partners, including the Wisconsin Urban Forestry Council. And then we anticipate that we'd return to the board in December for rule adoption. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions you might have.
Sharon.
Thank you for your report. This is so important. The revisions that the rule is proposing will enable greater equity to reach urban communities.
Absolutely.
Marcy.
Just on the timeframe, given that this is a grant application, are you allowed to take applications prior to the emergency rules, or it has to be used within 5 years, but when can it start?
Yeah, so the 5-year timeline that we have from the Forest Service for this grant started July 1st.
Okay.
And so, but we wouldn't be accepting any applicants from sub-grant recipients until we get through this emergency rule process.
Okay, and this will come back to us in December.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions or comments?
I move for adoption.
Got a motion to adopt from Paul. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Sharon. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
Okay, we're getting very close to when we normally take our break. The next two items coming up are look like they might be require a little more discussion. Let's just put it that way. We'll go ahead and take break now. The board will return at 10:15, and at that point, we will move into the open forum item at 10:15. And when we're finished with that, we'll resume on the agenda with item 4H. We're on break. Thank you. We're at 10:15 and I'd ask the board to reconvene, please. And again, if there's no objections from the board members, I'm going to alter the sequence of the agenda a little bit to accommodate the open forum. We try and hit 10:15 for people that are appearing before the board, and we'll move into that, and then we'll get back onto the where we left off on the regular agenda. So with that, we have some appearances in person. We have a couple virtuals. Our first appearance is Lori Seal from Gilman, representing the Miller Dam Lake Association, and the topic is Canadian geese populations. So do we have Lori on virtual?
I'm on the phone. Can you hear me?
Oh, all right. Yeah, we hear you loud and clear, Lori. Thanks. Welcome. We have
Thank
a
you.
3-minute target and a light system that you probably can't see. So I'll remind you if you get up near and over the 3 minutes. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
All right. Okay. Good morning. My name is Lori Seal. I live in Taylor County, and I'm a member of the Miller Dam Lake Association.
Lori,
This spring,
Lori, excuse me, but your volume is fading and you're harder to hear. I don't know if you've moved away from your mic a little bit or not. You were loud and clear in the beginning and it just kind of faded down.
how about now? Is that any better?
That's a little better. Yep.
This spring, we had a request from some people that live on the lake to reduce the Canadian geese population. So our club voted to spend $2,000 to relocate the geese. As it turned out, we were not informed that they were going to euthanize these geese. So some of us were a little upset that our money went to the government to euthanize the geese. My sister even sent her young granddaughter, age 12, to help round up the geese. And when she heard they were going to kill them, she was very upset. So I'm reaching out to you today to see if we can come to different things that would reduce the overpopulation of the Canadian geese. Some of the ideas that our club threw around is possibly increase the bag limit, create an early youth hunt. I think this would be great, especially if we offered it free to the youth to get more people interested in hunting at a younger age. And then another possibility was possibly a spring goose hunt. So I don't expect any answers today, just throwing the idea out there that something more needs to be done other than just the senseless killing of these geese. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you, Lori. Are there any questions from the board?
Just a comment. Thank you for coming to us with some possible solutions,
Yeah.
or suggestions.
Thank you, Sandy.
You're welcome.
And Lori, thank you very much for your comments. I think the message came through. You've got too many geese and you're looking for better alternatives to manage that number.
Yeah, it ended up costing us $2,800, and we didn't know they were going to euthanize them until we handed the check over. And once we handed the check over, there was nothing we could do. So it was just very disheartening. And I've also heard that up north there were like 500 geese that were euthanized. So we need to come to better solutions. And I appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next appearance is Tom Lochner, Wisconsin State Cranberry Growers Association, with information on Wisconsin cranberry growing cultivation.
Okay.
Welcome, Tom.
Thank you, Chair Smith and Secretary Payne. Appreciate the opportunity to be here this morning to talk about cranberries. First of all, I just wanted to thank all of the board members who took time yesterday to come out to Bartlings and spend an hour with us, learning a little bit about cranberry production, seeing harvest, and meeting one of our grower families and also one of the leaders of our organization. I wanted to talk briefly with some about some of the testimony that was presented to the board at your meeting, I believe it was back in July, by the Kohler-Andrae Lake Association. And especially their comments about the impacts of cranberry farming on that body of water, the NRCS funding availability, the implementation of best management practices by growers to protect the water quality on the lake. And just to answer any questions that you may have, first I want to say the statement that 40 to 50% of the phosphorus that's coming into the lake is from cranberry marshes. That's just totally false. That's so inaccurate. We've heard it over and over, and it frustrates our growers. But and I've got these written down, but first of all, the data that we have and that LCO has collected, and they use the 40% figure, was a study done back as far as 1997. And that study, after review, was pretty flawed in the model and assumptions that they used. And they've been looking at the lake, and in 2014, they sent their original application for site-specific phosphorus criteria. And even their 2022 data showed that there were declines in the phosphorus in Muskie Bay, which is the body on the lake that they're concerned about. But since 1997, a lot has changed in the cranberry industry and on that lake. We've worked to implement best management practices with the growers there, as well as the growers across the state. And I think we've been very successful in setting up programs with our partners to protect water quality. The notion that there's an endless supply of money available from our NRCS is nonsense. While funding for conservation programs has increased, it's a long and complicated process to obtain funding. And in the case of the one marsh on LCO that developed a tailwater recovery system back in 2014, they were reimbursed by NRCS $25,500 for a project that cost them $189,000. And that was a 20-acre cranberry marsh. And that type of a cost to incur really puts the grower at an economic disadvantage, but they went ahead and did it. But we made significant changes to the farming practices, and we do have a lot of best management practices that were developed with UW-Madison, with the department, with the NRCS, and with the Department of Ag. And those best management practices, I think, have gone a long way to protect water quality, especially on the lake. Tailwater recovery is not the only best management practices to protect tailwater recovery. All of the marshes on the lake are practicing nutrient management planning and implementing those practices. There's one 80-acre property that doesn't have a tailwater recovery system. NRCS looked at that, and their engineers concluded that it wasn't practical for that grower on that property because they'd have to give up significant portions of their production. And instead, the grower bought an adjacent wetland and diverted their water through the wetland to filter it. So really, there's nobody on the lake that's directly discharging into the lake, except when there are significant rainfall events and they can't hold that water. So with that, I've got these comments in writing, but I'll be glad to answer questions because I see I'm over time.
Thank you, Tom. Are there questions, comments from the board? Paul.
Yes, thank you, Bill. Well, thank you, Tom, yesterday for your helping host the event that we attended, and I'm glad you clarified a couple points, including the cost sharing that we in farming get. Sometimes it's just a sharing, and there is not an endless supply of money. But the farmer picked up, I think, 85% of the cost of that. That's a significant outlay for a family farm. Can you tell me how long there's been cranberry bogs on this?
Yeah, I have to look that up, but I think the average, they've been there since the 1930s.
Okay. So they've been, and the water quality has improved since 1997, did you say?
The data that I've seen, and it's been collected by LCO, the Lake Association and the tribe show that the water quality is improving in Muskie Bay, which was the bay that they were primarily concerned about. Prior to the adoption of the SS site-specific phosphorus criteria for the lake, DNR had set I think the phosphorus numeric standard on the bay was 40 parts per billion or whatever it is. And they're well below that. I think the last round of water testing showed it in the 20s. So until this board took the action to change to a 10 parts per million site criteria, the water was not impaired. So that change, can the growers get below 10% on that bay? There's no discharge coming in now, but it's a shallow, muddy bay, used to be called Mud Bay, and it's had water quality issues forever. If you talk to the old timers up there.
Have the growers worked with the LCO?
Unfortunately, this has been going on for 25 or 30 years. And unfortunately, there's an antagonistic relationship between the growers and the Lakes Association. And that's due, I think, primarily to a process that started with finger pointing instead of a process that talked about working together to address water quality. The people on the lake, through their organization and different groups, have, I think we've had 5 or 6 lawsuits. All of them were resolved in the growers' favor. We had one lawsuit that it cleared. It was a nuisance lawsuit against the grower. The court found that the grower wasn't creating a nuisance. According to the right to farm law, the plaintiffs had to reimburse him for his attorney's fees, which was close to $500,000. But that wasn't the only cost on it. It's been very hard on the family to go through what they've been going through for the last 25 years. And I see that as the saddest thing about that is the toll on the people that are on the lake, the stress that it's put them under. But having said that, we decided to work with the department and our Cranberry liaison, Dan Bauman, and try to address problems and adopt best management practices, such as nutrient management planning, such as taking a look at how you manage water, how you apply compounds, how much you put on. Cranberries require about 20 pounds of phosphorus per acre per year. That phosphorus doesn't run off very easily because of the nature of the soil. You have a lot of iron and other elements in an acidic soil. That phosphorus attaches quickly to probably within 3 weeks of application is attached to a soil particle, and it's not going to move unless the soil moves. And we don't have erosion coming off those beds. As you saw yesterday, you've got a 4 to 6 inch mat of vines on a level surface, and there's not a lot of soil moving off of that. So we spoon feed the phosphorus out. We spoon feed the nitrogen out just because the plants, if we give them too much nitrogen, 25 to 40 pounds of nitrogen is what we use. If we give them too much, they're going to grow vines, affects crop, affects quality, affects bud setting for next year. So it's a balance that growers have to play with nitrogen. And it's a process that has changed dramatically in terms of application, in terms of what we put out. Even fertilizer formulations, we've had big changes in that. And I think it's improved water quality. We've got data from the department in the 14-mile watershed in Adams County, where the water coming off the Cranberry Marsh is cleaner than the water going in. So we see that we can be a part of the solution, and we're working with the agencies to do the best we can. Unfortunately, because of past comments by some of the leadership within the Lakes Association, our growers just don't feel that even though they've tried, the results have always been negative, and they've always been portrayed as negative in the community. And we just continue to work with the agencies to do the right thing up there.
Thank you. I get a back of my napkin calculation as far as phosphorus, and seems with the yields of cranberries they're getting, there's way more phosphorus leaving than they're applying. So obviously they're taking some up from the soil, but I just feel that I hope our liaison helps in stopping this harassment of the growers.
Yeah, we'd appreciate that, but the loading factors that are out there for cranberry beds on the work that's been done, work that was done up here quite a while ago by the department was 0.67 pounds of phosphorus per acre per year, 0.67. I think the largest I've seen is a study in Massachusetts, which is entirely different production regimen out there and system. It was about a pound and a half per acre per year. So if you say it's a pound, we've got 80 acres that are actually putting water back into Le Coudray after it goes through a wetland complex. The most could be putting in is it's less than 100 pounds of phosphorus per acre or phosphorus per year on the marsh. And when you look at the numbers that they're talking about, the math just doesn't add up.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Jimmy?
Well, we did have a great day yesterday, and Tom, I appreciate you being there and being here today. To say that there's antagonism between the association and the growers, I think is probably putting it mildly. It's a tough situation. But the recent adoption of that 10 micrograms per liter standard, it's a tough standard. There's no doubt. And this is unique because Le Coudray is one of less than a dozen, actually it's a handful of lakes in the state that are true two-story lakes. It's very unique. It's super sensitive to phosphorus. And because we're up in the North Woods, that's why it could even be here, I think. So it is challenging. There's no doubt about it. And you don't need a lot of phosphorus to hit that 10 micrograms per liter. It's really true. So it's really a challenge. And it seems like, I see, claims that the association has 30 years of data, appears to be at odds with other data that has been presented. And I think maybe this is a role for the department to there's got to be a way for this community to come together. And I think the challenge is that it's not going to happen between the two parties.
Probably not.
And so I think the department is in a unique position to help facilitate trying to build that bridge back together, because it's been bad for 25 years, as you say. Without some intervention, the next 25 years are not going to be any better, as I see it. And the stress on the growers continues. The association is made up of members that prize this very unique lake and can argue about the numbers, but somewhere there has to be some reconciliation of this, because I think it's broken the way it's working now. And I don't know the answer, but it's a finger pointing thing right now. Actually, it's a big butt kicking drill is what it is. And I think that's got to get fixed.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jim. It's been very frustrating. I will say that the department has looked at the data and they continue to look at it. They raise legitimate questions. And I think the staff at the department has done a good job of sorting through that data. We don't have that expertise on our staff. So we refer to people within the department to look at that. And I know the application for the site-specific criteria has went through a long and lengthy process. The department staff identified a number of issues with it. And we look at that but we say, what can we do to do a better job? in our farming practices. And we work with, the department liaison, NRCS, and meeting the 590 standards, all of those types of things we've been working at across the state, not only at LCO.
Right.
And we think we have a positive impact on that lake, and we can continue to do that. And hopefully it'll, going forward, the contribution from the cranberry industry into on the water quality of the lake will be positive. That would be our goal. We don't like to be in a conflict. We found it much easier to work together, and I can cite examples where growers in watersheds have worked with the department, with county offices. Adams County is a very good example in the 14-mile watershed that our growers have been actively engaged in that. That's because of the approach that Adams County took and the department took, is coming out and talking to growers about what the concerns were and what could be done, and how to, and it got them involved at the beginning rather than coming in and pointing fingers and then creating an adversarial relationship. I mean, they have open houses out there, and the people come out on the marshes, and we do tours and things like that. And they've been collecting water data, and the growers have been supportive of that. And I think it shows they show we're reducing the amount of nitrogen and phosphorus that's going into the lakes below the production area in Adams County Drainage District.
Well, it's good to hear. I think what we're seeing in this particular case is sort of an extreme example of the challenges that can exist. And when I was at DATCAP, I mean, that was, we part of adopting nutrient management standards was something that we did, that I think probably had a positive impact, not just in cranberries, but elsewhere. The adoption of those is purely voluntary, of course. And you brought up an important point, I think, about, well, and actually Paul did too, about the limited amount of cost sharing for various practices. The situation we're talking about here on Muskie Bay is really challenging because it would be expensive to deal with. But I think that's something we need to think about more broadly, because farmers typically in their product are not recouping, and you mentioned this too, the costs of doing environmental protection. They aren't. The market doesn't provide that. There are a few exceptions. And I think we need to be mindful of that and be thinking to the future about how do we redress that? Because I think we're going to see nothing but increasing conflict until we kind of resolve that issue. And it isn't all on the private sector. I'm not suggesting that at all. But it is sort of a joint effort to deal with the actual costs of doing the right thing.
Yeah. And I think our growers have been reluctant to, there's a number of them that do work with them, cost sharing on irrigation or tailwater recovery, but we have an awful lot of growers that just implement the practices and pay for it themselves. Just because of water's the lifeblood of the industry. And if we're short on water, we're in trouble. And I've had calls from growers this fall that are worried about having enough water for harvest, and then it rained, and I stopped getting calls. But what growers did to protect themselves is they put in tailwater recovery systems to take the water that would normally flow off the marsh and put it back in the reservoir. And that exists across the state on a voluntary basis because they saw it as a way to secure their water supply. So I think we can accomplish those a lot of things if we talk to the growers about implementing this management practice as a tool for you to farm better. When we did nutrient management planning, that process is a management tool in tree for the growers to make decisions on how they apply nutrients to their beds. And it's a decision-making model that helps them manage their farms. And they were kind of doing it anyway. They just didn't really document it. So that was accepted by the grower community. And another thing that happens And this is something that the private sector does, and I don't think people are really aware of it. For example, our handlers, people that buy the fruit from the growers, they put restrictions on what they can do to grow the crop. Ocean spray growers, for example, Ocean Spray, which is a grower-owned cooperative, sells their fruit as sustainably grown. And they're audited so they can say all that stuff. And one of the things they have growers do is have nutrient management plans in place on their farms so they can say that. So there isn't an enforcement from an agency standpoint. But if your handler says you got to do this or we're not going to buy your fruit or sell your fruit for you. And the same happens with the chemical use across the board. There's a lot of compounds registered for use here in the US that we can't use because we ship 30% of the fruit overseas.
Right. Yeah.
So those are market things that address those issues. And again, if you can demonstrate to the growers or any farmers that this is going to help them, you're going to get adoption with or without cost share.
Yeah, Tom, thank you very much for your comments. You've given us several examples, I think, of opportunities and progress, and the message of collaboration really came through strongly, that we need to work better together. And I think we get focused on some of the more extreme examples on either end. And yet, as a group, I think the relationship, the industry, the department is moving forward in most of the locations, communities. That's the message that I get out of it. And
absolutely,
I know that I got great feedback from the people that were able to make the tour. The written materials are a wonderful reminder and provide additional detail to get into, and your comments today reinforce all that. So I thank you very much.
I appreciate it. And I appreciate what the board does. What I told was talking with Marcy yesterday is that I really respect people that take jobs like this, because I know some days it can be a thankless job. And, you stepping up and doing this without compensation and putting up with all the headaches that you put up with. We appreciate that. We look to collaborate with the department. Our relationship is much better than it was when I started 34 years ago. We were in court and it wasn't pretty. But now Dan Bauman's at all our meetings. Our growers know him and they call him a lot for assistance. And that's the way it should be. And it's a good model. And we should be doing it all across ag, to be honest with you. So,
Wonderful example of progress. Let's keep working on it.
Yeah, it's reasonable people sitting down and talking. And unfortunately, in one case, we have, I think, some strong personalities on both sides. And that creates issues. So, but we're trying to fix it and we'll work with the department in any way we can. And we appreciate all you do. And thanks for coming out. I mean, I don't know if you guys worked with the Chamber of Commerce yesterday on the weather, because today it's raining and you're indoors. And yesterday was a gorgeous day out on the marsh. So whoever took care of that logistic for the meeting, thank you very much. And thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Okay, our next appearance is Jeff Meisman, Last Wilderness Alliance, to talk about wake boats. Jeff, you're up. Thank you for coming.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, and board members, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jeff Meisman and I live in Presque Isle, Wisconsin. Today's speech is about wake surf boat ballast systems. Wake surfing is an activity that requires a boat wake to be intentionally magnified through the use of ballast, design features, operational procedures, or any other means to amplify the wake's height and consequently generate large, dangerous waves. Wake surfing involves surfing behind boats' magnified wake without a tow rope, just like ocean surfing. Wake surf boats produce wakes between 3 to 4.5 feet high that generate waves far more powerful than even the greatest natural wind-driven waves on typical Wisconsin lakes. The problem is the wakes create a safety hazard to everyone else using the lake. They damage the environment, destroy personal property, and erode the shoreline. Current regulations state that all wake boat ballast systems must be completely emptied prior to being removed from the boat landing. Wake boat ballast systems are not designed to be completely emptied. Many of the boat ballast systems are inaccessible and totally enclosed. This makes the systems impossible to inspect and unable to dry because they are enclosed. The state does not enforce their own laws because it is impossible to inspect the ballast systems. It's evident that manufacturers aware of the ballast systems don't drain completely. Wake boat owner manuals say that to add several gallons of antifreeze to the ballast system in winter to avoid problems from residual water freezing. Where do you think the antifreeze winds up? In the lakes. A University of Wisconsin study has shown that wake boat systems contain on average 8 gallons of residual water after being emptied. In some boats, as much as 20 gallons remained. The lake water tested contained zooplankton, and in some cases it was still alive. When these boats are moved from lake to lake, they transfer the ballast water and its contents from one lake to another. Since wake boat ballast systems cannot be completely emptied, they can transfer aquatic invasive species such as zebra mussels, spiny water fleas, fish diseases from one lake to another. These invasives and fish diseases can devastate a lake. Managing this problem is far beyond the ability of small communities. Until state and boat manufacturers develop methods to decontaminate and inspect the ballast systems, the use of ballast systems for wake sports should be banned in Wisconsin. In 2007, the NRB issued an emergency order to protect our lakes from becoming infected with a VHS, a known fish virus. This regulation was registered in 2008. This regulation is ineffective in protecting our lakes from transfer of aquatic invasive species and the fish virus through wake boat ballast systems because these ballast systems cannot be drained and cannot be inspected. Apparently, protecting our lakes in 2007 was important enough to enact an emergency order. To that end, I'm requesting that the NRB issue another emergency order that would prohibit the use of wake boat ballast systems on Wisconsin lakes and rivers. You have the power to protect our lakes from aquatic invasive species and fish virus infestation. Now is the time to do something. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Any questions from the board? Appreciate you coming. We have other appearances on the issue. You've been before the board before, and it's a familiar topic. We have several new board members, and so it's helpful to revisit some of these issues. Appreciate your comments. Our next speaker is Joe Garstecki, West Bend, on wake boats. Joe, you're up. Thanks for coming. Welcome.
Sure, you bet. Good morning. Thanks for the opportunity, Mr. Chairman, and to all of you. Joe Garstecki, West Bend, Wisconsin, Washington County. I would like to begin by thanking the NRB and the DNR for the work that they do. As I learn more about what the DNR does with each passing week, I become more impressed with everything that your organization accomplishes, seemingly perpetually underfunded and understaffed. I thought that might elicit a little giggle. So allow me to quickly read a portion of the memo that I provided to Ashley when I requested permission to present to you this morning. I wish to request that both the NRB and the DNR take a deep dive into the subject of the use of wake boats for surfing on small and medium Wisconsin lakes. Not only are these boats disruptive and potentially dangerous to other lake users, but evidence is mounting that these wake boats are also creating ecological damage. Wake boats are proliferating on Wisconsin lakes and are becoming larger and more powerful than ever. As we speak, during the course of the day, this weekend, all around Wisconsin lakes, friends will be arguing with friends, neighbors will be shouting at neighbors, and lake residents will be quarreling with their PRDs, their sanitary districts, and their homeowner associations. Why? Because they disagree on wake boat use. I assume that all of you are aware of the conflicts, and if not, the website Last Wilderness Alliance is a great resource. I'd like to suggest that all the issues and fears surrounding ballasted wake boat use are not just a local or regional problem in Wisconsin. They're a massive statewide problem. Although Wisconsin might be a home rule state when it comes to local authority over most lake use issues, the wake boat dilemma requires a global and inclusive approach for resolution. Your help is needed. 6,000 lakes around the state cannot attempt to resolve this issue on a lake-by-lake basis. They don't have the firepower to go toe-to-toe with the defensive boating industry. You do. You have the authority, the knowledge, the talent, and the means to represent the silent majority of lake users that are concerned about ballasted wake boat use on their lakes. You also have the influence to help convince the Wisconsin State Legislature to take action. This issue requires your leadership and intervention. Thousands of unique, contradictory, independently derived local ordinances regarding wake boat use are not going to serve the state or tourists well. And we don't have to recreate a wheel here. Some of the hard yards have already been plowed by others. Back in April, the Wisconsin Conservation Congress recorded overwhelming votes on wake boat restrictions. The state of Vermont believes that the science is conclusive regarding wake boat damage and will be enacting significant restrictions in 2024. Others are courageously acting in the face of a visible and growing threat, and I implore Wisconsin to do the same. The wake boat harm to our cherished lakes can only move in one direction at this point. It can only get worse. If not checked, the potential problems perpetuated by their use will undoubtedly grow to become a significant challenge. We can frighten ourselves by considering how this problem expands if we continue to just kick the can down the road. As we all know, a lake doesn't have a voice, so yours is needed. Please become involved. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Joe. Questions, comments from the board?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Your next appearance is Carol Phillips, Presque Isle, talking on wake boats. Welcome, Carol.
Thank you. I'm Carol Phillips. I live nearby in Presque Isle. I agree with what the previous speaker said about wake boats and ballast systems and invasive species. I also agree with the proposed revision to NR 19.055 by James Olson. James suggests that if a ballast system has no practical means for inspecting, it should be presumed to contain residual water. And use of such ballast systems should be prohibited in Wisconsin. But the boat could still be used, just not the ballast system. In my handout that was on your desk when you came today, it shows a manufacturer's diagram of a typical ballast system. You can see it's extremely complicated. It makes you dizzy to look at it. A dealer told me that the top and the bottom of a wake boat are made separately. And once they're sandwiched together, it's not possible to see or access most of the ballast system. There's just a small hatch in the floor to access the pumps. There's no way to know how much lake water remains after the pumps are run dry. But we know it's substantial because the manufacturers require several gallons of antifreeze be added to those ballast systems in the winter. There's no way to know if there's spiny water fleas or bits of invasive plants in the residual water or stuck to the sides or bottoms of the huge ballast tanks or in the piping or valves. My town considered installing decontamination stations, but we determined that decontaminating these newer systems is too complicated and expensive. It requires a source of very hot water, special equipment, and trained operators available dawn to dusk. Tracking the boats to ensure they comply would be impossible. In Presque Isle, we have 38 lakes over 50 acres. And who should pay for these the decontamination? Wake boats cost $100,000 to over $300,000. Should local taxpayers pay to clean them? Many live in homes that cost less than the wake boats. But if we don't have decontamination stations, once the invasives have arrived and spread, the cost to the taxpayers can be far greater to remediate it. And our pristine lakes are the backbone of our economy here in the beautiful North Woods. At many boat landings, there are volunteers or paid workers to be sure boats comply with NR 19.055 by emptying all water from boats and equipment. They even ask fishermen to empty water from their live wells containing fish. But a wake boat can't be inspected, so they get a free pass, despite being far more likely to spread invasives than any other boat at the landing. All the expense and volunteer time may be for nothing. Why bother with the Clean Boats, Clean Water campaign if the worst offender is just waved through? So please, if a boat doesn't have a practical way to inspect its ballast system, don't allow them to use that system on our lakes. This can be accomplished with a minor clarification to NR 19.055. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carol. Any questions, comments from the board?
Thank you for the diagram from somebody who needs visuals. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next appearance is Lori Grosskopf, Tomahawk, talking about wolf management.
Hello, thank you for letting me talk to you today. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Lori. It's a little faint, but you're coming through. Welcome.
Okay, I'll try and move closer to my iPad. We don't have very good internet up here. Is that okay?
Yes.
Can you hear me, Bill?
We can hear you.
Okay. All right. I've been talking on this subject since the summer of 2009, and I've met with the board many times on this subject. And some new information has come forward for the International Wolf Center, which I belong to. Our quarterly newsletter announced that the National Wildlife Federation commissioned Diane Boyd, who's a retired Montana wolf manager and 44 years plus of wolf research in the United States, to do a study to help Colorado's wolf reintroduction. And I think this study has a lot of pertinent information for Wisconsin. Diane says in the synopsis that's in my magazine, wolves are excellent long distance dispersers and will travel great distances and rapidly recolonize landscape. And this population, I think she's got a lot of good information in there about that, and she has a lot of experience. In addition, Diane says that social challenges, not biological, are by far the greatest issue wildlife managers need to address in wolf management. And so I did send the board a link to this study. It's fairly long, but I was really happy to see some board members participating or attending our Congress committee meeting on Saturday. Sandra Nass came and Marcy West. And so I know that all your board is really interested in this topic. The title of the report is a review of lessons learned to inform Colorado wolf introduction and management, but it is pertinent to every location where there's wolves. The other thing I sent, which I had sent before, is research I did in 2021 on public opinion of wolves in rural towns. And that's, again, a fairly long document, but between February and May of 2021, I paid for and conducted a research project with 900 was the mailing on the samples for that. So I hope people will take a look at that. We have identified as a priority from the Wolf Management Committee a look at rural people and what their views of the wolf reintroduction program is. So thank you for your time today. I would like to mention too that so far this year, there's been 69 entries in the wolf depredation list, and that also has harassments and threats to human safety. And that's more than all of last year. So I hope the board will keep these reports in mind and some of the statistics in upcoming decisions that need to be made.
Thank you, Lord.
Anybody can call me if they want to also. I'd be happy to talk to you at length.
Appreciate your information and your long-term commitment to the wolf management issues. Are there any questions or comments from the board? We'll look forward to more opportunities for discussion coming soon. Thanks, Lori.
Thank you.
Next person on the list is Carrie Harder from Grantsburg, appearing on Crex Meadows. Welcome, Carrie.
Today, but also includes the testimony that I'll read.
Good morning. I'd like to thank Eric Loebner for his Crex update last month at the NRB meeting, because it gives us an opportunity to point out some of the areas that the DNR have been misleading, whether intentionally or not. Eric began his presentation by showing a quote from 1849 that he credits to a federal government survey describing the township of West Marshland as almost entirely open marsh or tamarack swamp, entirely unfit for cultivation with little dry land. Since it was not even a township until 1905, I question how it's possible to describe the township of West Marshland in 1849. West Marshland Township, which is over 44,300 acres in size,
is definitely not all marsh or swamp. The area west of County Road F where property owners are affected by the flowages is dense forest, mostly oak, all the way to the St. Croix River. Many residents live on generations-old homesteads. Norwegian and Swedish immigrants who settled in the area north of Grantsburg in the 1800s, which includes our properties, named it Ekdal, translated to Oakdale, and relied heavily on the natural resource of oak timber for building and heating their homes and other buildings. Logging was a viable industry. Many landowners here still rely on harvesting oak on their property for firewood and have noted oaks upwards of 200 years old. To falsely portray the town of West Marshland as almost all marsh and swamp did not set well with the residents, and they want it made clear we did not build in a marsh, nor are we victims of poor zoning laws that led us to unwittingly purchase land that could not be developed. Eric goes through a lot of effort in his presentation to attempt to prove our area flooding issues are all caused by rising groundwater levels driven by an increased amount of precipitation over the years. In his efforts to do so, he contradicts himself more than once. I've provided a few examples of them in my handouts, and we'd be happy to discuss them with the DNR, with Eric and the board at some point. We'd very much like to do that. The lithology of our area is coarse sand. I hope we can all agree that the simple science of sand is that it does not hold water. The truth is the natural groundwater elevations in our area today are very close to those of the 1930s. They are not rising. We know this from monitoring our test wells compared to 1930s natural groundwater levels as presented in the 1990 USGS report. In fact, since Dike 6 was lowered in 2020, residents saw groundwater levels continue to drop since then, no longer artificially raising our groundwater elevations. Eric states precipitation in the Crex area has been rising, averaging 4.3 inches per year more than normal the past decade or so. This may very well be true, but the argument that this is our flooding issue made me laugh. I can assure you, under natural groundwater conditions, people in sand country would celebrate an annual 4.3 inches per year above average precip. In fact, we just received a total of 5.5 inches in a period of less than 4 days. That's a lot of rain. Hours after the rain stopped, there was no standing water in my yard or garden, no flooding. That's because Dike 6 is down. The DNR using precipitation as their continued argument rather than looking at physical evidence leads to inconsistencies like those in Eric's presentation and makes for a weak and flawed case. The soil lithology will never change. The evidence is clear. The predominant factor that affects the natural groundwater elevations in our area is flowage water level manipulation, not precipitation. George Craft's opinion that it's just not physically possible to transmit enough water through the aquifer is not backed up by physical evidence. That's his opinion. But there is an abundance of physical evidence, including from the DNR's own reports, to support that it does. No one is advocating for draining and eliminating creeks as we've been accused of by some individuals. That's not only absurd, but it's also insulting. We simply expect the DNR to exercise responsible water management throughout the GLGP. In my local area west of the creeks, dikes 5, 6, and 9 need to be held at lower elevations to ensure property owners can enjoy the property they pay taxes on. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. I let you go a little longer. You took a while passing out the materials, and I appreciate very much getting this in writing. There's a lot of detail here, and
Thank you,
this will help to retain what you have to say and consider it in the future. Thank you very much. Any questions, comments from the board? Okay, thank you. Next appearance is Duke Tucker, Towns of Grantsburg and West Marshland, talking about Crex Meadows. Welcome, Duke.
Thank you, Chairman.
Is Craig not here?
Thank you for doing it. I got a copy of my testimony for everybody to have, and then this is a copy of an agenda.
Is Craig not
I
here?
spent a year ago
Oh.
that they could share.
Duke, before you start, I should note for board members, appearances that were signed up as number 12 and 13, both withdrew and they're not here today. So Duke's up next.
Okay,
Thank you. Go ahead, Duke.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. Hello, I'm Duke Tucker. As Chairman Smith stated, I'm here representing the town of West Marshland and the town of Grantsburg as their water commissioner. I also serve as the coordinator of the GLGP Water Project, which is a group of concerned citizens assembled for the purpose of achieving a long-term solution to the ongoing groundwater flooding and groundwater quality concerns in all areas near the GLGP properties, which includes the Crex Meadows, Fish Lake, and Amsterdam Slough wildlife areas. These concerns go back generations. After working through all possible avenues within the department for nearly 5 years, I made my first appearance in front of the NRB last September. Carrie and I drafted a proposed correction to the GLGP master plan water quality paragraph and requested an agenda action item for that meeting. Over the past year, the NRB has rejected considering our action item 4 more times. The supporting information we submitted is not opinion from the residents. It is the actual department documents showing that the department falsified the information learned as part of the 2016 Crex Water Quality Assessment conducted by the department's very own water program. To make matters worse, the department's general counsel, knowingly or not, wasn't truthful with me in submitting that request. General counsel stated that then Secretary Preston Cole met with the NRB chairman to discuss the agenda action item. The only problem is that the NRB chairman and the secretary never discussed the issue. We've also made several requests to provide a presentation to this board and to be included in possible technical meetings. The moral of the story is that the department sets your agenda and determines what you will or will not discuss. What has been shown to us is that the NRB doesn't provide direction and supervision to the department as Wisconsin statute 15.34 states. Instead, the department has controlled the narrative and provides its direction and supervision to the board. Simply put, the citizens were not being represented fairly regarding the water issue. Eric Loebner's presentation lasted nearly an hour last month. It is only believable if you have no other information to consider. George Kraft's report, from what I gather, was meant to roll the issues of groundwater flooding, degraded groundwater quality, and our technical meeting into one big juicy report that would wrongly inform the public, just like the water quality paragraph does, and to guide the NRB on what position it should take. George's report doesn't include any physical data or proof. It only includes opinion, theory, and argument. I've handed out a couple illustrations today. The first page shows precipitation being received and the water table dropping quickly during the time frame of 2019 while bores were removed from the flowages. We received almost a foot of rain, yet the water table dropped over 2 feet, which is the same amount of bores taken out of flowages, by the way. Again, in 2020, bores were removed even though over 19 inches of rain were received during the time frame the bores were removed. However, the water table dropped the same amount that the flowages were lowered by removing bores. During both timeframes, the USGS test well in Webster, Wisconsin, which is located just 14 miles away and in the same aquifer, showed virtually no change in the water table elevations during both of those study periods. While the local test wells dropped significantly and rose again, by the way, in 2019 when the bores were replaced. The data derived from the USGS and the National Weather Service was provided to the department and George Kraft, but is ignored by the department, and George chose not to include the information in his report. To date, the USGS also refuses, they work closely with the DNR in a study, to offer an explanation of how our water table can drop while we receive rainfall. The other handout shows the water table elevation in Crex Meadows on September 13th, just a couple weeks ago. George says on page 23 of his report that the water table will never be as low as what was reported during the 1935 to 37 timeframe, even if the area were under a modern drought condition. If George is correct, why was the Crex water table lower just 2 weeks ago than it was in 1935 and 37? Your illustration shows that. George is a highly educated person with a long career in water science. He's fun to visit with, but he can't physically prove his theories or his statements. I have and can physically prove my statements. USGS, DNR, and National Weather Service data strongly reinforces our statement. The fact is that George doesn't know the area and hasn't spent much time in Crex doing field study. I live in the lab and study very hard. If the department stays on its current course of action and continues to use George as its expert, I'm going to challenge him to a public debate on the issue. If this board doesn't take time to hear us or visit the site, you cannot claim to be transparent or representative of the people. The department and this board have been operating outside of the NRB mission, the GLGP master plan for the property, Natural Resources Administrative Code, our state statutes, and our state and federal constitution. With respect to the water-related issues in and around the GLGP properties, the taxpayers and residents have done the work and deserve much better from our NRB and the department. So thank you. I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions from the board? Duke, thank you for appearing. I'll say one thing. I'm not sure what discussion occurred between the past board chair and the past secretary, but the board policy is our agenda is set by the department with consultation of the board. So it's a collaborative effort. We talk about it, we work on it together, and we'll continue to do that.
I'm glad to hear that. I spoke with Greg Kazmierski. He told me it wasn't discussed.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
So,
that's his
at any rate,
perspective. You have mine.
I will tell you that the DNR has put boards back in across the road from my house. I don't appreciate it. With the recent rain, they are capturing water there. It will start flooding my property again.
Okay.
It cost us nothing to sit back, take out a few boards from the foliage close to private property and just see what happens. You don't have to believe what I say or what George Kraft says, or what the department says. Take the boards out, doesn't cost any money, and observe. That's all we have to do. Thank you,
Okay.
sir.
I think your message is clear. Again, thank you for coming before the board.
I think I was told last September that my message was clear too.
Mhm.
So thank you, Chairman Smith.
Okay, thanks. Okay, our next appearance is Mary Fadish, from Sheboygan, Friends of the Black River State Forest, and talking about the Kohler-Andrae State Park Land Exchange. And I think we've got Mary on virtual. Mary, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right, great. You're on.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Smith, members of the board, Secretary Payne. Our group, Friends of the Black River Forest, has been working for 9 years to try to preserve Kohler-Andrae State Park from being bulldozed, several prime acres, for a for-profit company's proposed golf course. And we've spoken to the NRB many times over these years. And I come today, I don't want to repeat everything that I have said in the past, but let me just say again, there was a land exchange agreement that was signed by Scott Walker, the DNR, and the Kohler Company, which conveys 2 easements and 4 acres of prime duned land in Kohler-Andrae State Park to a for-profit company. And there are many issues with these. And I pointed out the last time that the particular vote that was asked of the NRB by the DNR in February of 2018 was extremely flawed. The process involved a violation of state statute, ignoring in violation of DNR processes, and maneuvering around the Federal Law Con Act in order to set up a situation where this land could be conveyed. Now, I could go into more of that, but that is basically the issue. And sitting here today, listening to this, the actions and the words today of this board, I realize again how dedicated and passionate the DNR staff is to preserve and protect our shared resources. And it occurs to me that, we've worked for 9 years to try to get a review of this by the NRB. because it is wrong. This land exchange agreement is wrong. And if the NRB and the DNR, and let's say any institution, can't go back and fix a situation, which in effect now opens the giveaway of any state park in our state to a politician's donor. Right now, this precedent is set if this review is not, if this exchange agreement is not reviewed. What does that say to us if we can't go back and correct the wrong? All the dedication, all the expertise that was spoken today is built on sand because we're ignoring the basis of law that has been used, that has been ignored rather, and given away our Kohler-Andrae State Park land. What good is any of this dedication if we can't go back and say, we need to correct something that violated the law and actually violated the public trust? So I have sent to Ashley, our first petition was started several years ago, and we stopped it after 2018 when the land exchange agreement was made. It has 25,000 signatures now, but more importantly, almost 25,000 comments from people of the state about what they think about giving away our state park land to a private company for its own profit. We have another petition, which I have sent you with the information to Ashley, written to Governor Evers, asking him to review this very flawed agreement and the DNR process that went into it. And that's been circulating for a couple of weeks. There are about 1,500 signatures and comments on that. So I implore you to read these comments, and I implore you to think about what the basis is of our work. Our work is to ensure, all of us, that our resources, our common resources, are protected and preserved. And we can't do that when law is skirted and then the agencies in the present refuse to review it. I appreciate your time, and I hope that someday we can get to the details of this and have this land exchange agreement reviewed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Any questions or comments from the board? Thank you very much, Mary.
You're welcome.
Okay, that's the last of our appearances under open forum. We're a little bit past 11 o'clock, which is the other change in our agenda that we agreed to at the start of the meeting. And our next item will be the Lake Superior Commercial Fishing Board with Board Chair Craig Hoopman and Brad Egel. Brad, you're up.
Chairman Smith, Secretary Payne, and Natural Resources Board members for allowing me to give you a brief update on our Lake Superior commercial fishing. As you know, last month we gave a report on the Lake Michigan side of things, and unfortunately, the chairman of the Lake Superior Committee could not be at that meeting. He is up in Bayfield with Brad Ray for his comments after my presentation. Right now, we do enjoy a full complement of members on our Lake Superior Commercial Fishing Board. We've had a couple appointments this last couple of years, and now we have our full slate of members on that board to do business of Lake Superior Commercial Fishing. As reported last month with Lake Michigan, we are also working on the same commercial fishing initiatives that we are in Lake Michigan as well as in Lake Superior, utilizing CARES Act 2 money leftovers on a marketing and advertising plan for both the commercial and sport fisheries of the Great Lakes. We've been working with this marketing firm on Eat Well, Choose Great campaign for purchasing and eating our great commercial fisheries of the Great Lakes. And choosing Great Lakes fish has been a slogan. You may have seen it on Facebook posts, etc. It's an ongoing campaign, at least through September, and I think also into October. In addition, we're also working on this 100% lake whitefish which again is utilization or more utilization of whitefish to produce less waste and more economic value for each lake whitefish that's harvested by our commercial fishing fleet, including up in Lake Superior. Moving on to a very brief update of where we are on some of the commercial harvests. This is a graph showing lake whitefish. You can see in the last year in 2022, they enjoyed a pretty good year in terms of harvesting whitefish from state licensed commercial fishers in Lake Superior. Certainly quite a bit higher than we've seen the last 10 years, approaching 700,000 pounds of whitefish harvested. Moving on to Cisco, a slight decrease we see in 2022, although probably within the average of the last 7 or 8 years for our commercial harvest of Cisco, primarily taking place in November on Lake Superior, which, as you can imagine, is a pretty dicey scenario. So my hat's off to those fishermen that go out there and harvest these Cisco in those tough conditions. And then lastly, a brief update of where we are in lake trout harvest. Up in Lake Superior, they have a lake trout commercial harvest. You can see that in 2022, we were about average for the last 4 or 5 years, harvesting right around 30,000 pounds of lake trout. A little bit deeper dive on where are these lake trout being harvested. Up in Lake Superior, there are 2 commercial zones, WI1 and WI2. The top panel there is WI1. And you can see most of the harvest from that area is from large mesh gill nets, which is different than the bottom panel, which is WI2, which is the area around Apostle Islands, which most of the harvest there is occurring through trap nets. In addition, most of the harvest is occurring in WI2. I had about 5,800 fish, and we reached about 86% of our total allowable catch here in 2022. As you approved in your consent agenda this morning, we will be coming back to the Natural Resources Board here for our Lake Superior Cisco and lake trout quota updates. We've been doing this every 3 years, working through that process and also within the confines of our Lake Superior Fishing Agreement. We hope to have these emergency rules adopted for the 23-24 and eventually a permanent rule changing the Cisco and lake trout quotas for Lake Superior. With that, I'll turn it back to you, Chairman Smith, maybe to go to Craig Hoopman.
Do you want to go
Unless there's
on
questions.
to Craig now?
Sure, if you want.
Okay, let's do that, and then the board may have some questions.
Certainly.
Thank you. Craig Hoopman, are you there with us today? You said he's going to be with Brad Ray?
Yeah.
Mhm. Brad, are you there? Well, why don't we go to questions from the board and see if he pops up soon? Any questions from the board on Lake Superior commercial fishing? Sandy, in your backyard.
Thanks for the report. I've been trying to attend the meetings.
Sandy, could you speak into the mic a little
yeah,
bit? more?
sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've been trying to attend the meeting, so so I can keep up with what's going on. I do fish out there myself. Can you just explain for people who maybe aren't familiar with you, on your slide, you had the state licensed commercial fishermen only. Why do you qualify that? Can you just explain that for people who may not know?
Yeah, the commercial fisheries of Lake Superior is both state and tribal harvest. And since we have really good numbers on our state licensed, and we have, right up to date data on 2022, that's kind of the way this report has been fashioned over the years. But certainly there is a tribal component from the 2 tribes up there on Lake Superior, both Red Cliff and Bad River, that also harvest all the 3 same species that I reported here for the state.
And we don't have that information here.
I don't have it right now, but certainly if we want it, there's reports that are generated from our partners up there that we could certainly pass on to the board.
When you guys are setting the quotas, though, you put that information together and you're working together on those.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a biological committee that's comprised of members of Wisconsin DNR as well as the tribes up there, and they've been working hard on a variety of aspects to look at how we're particularly working on the Cisco quota, as well as on the lake trout. So they're working very much in concert, developing and utilizing data, inputs, and modeling work to determine what's the safe harvest level for all the species up there, working with all entities up there. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And one last thing is on
Sure.
the advertising. I haven't really seen anything up in my neck of the woods
Yeah.
about that at all or heard anything. So I've heard about it at the meetings, but I
Sure.
haven't seen anything.
Yeah, I can't tell you exactly where some of the billboards and print media has reached. I know I've seen it quite a bit on Facebook as I'm just scrolling, and I don't do much Facebook at all, but I'm seeing a lot of advertisements there as well. I know we have some billboards around the state. I don't know exactly where they bought the billboard advertising, but I know they tried to move it around all parts of the state as well as outside of Wisconsin to drive people to either come here and fish or enjoy some of the fish that are caught by our
Okay.
fishers.
Yeah, one of the problems living up here is our media market is Duluth. So making sure that you guys are hitting that.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Thank you.
Brad, I think we've got Craig on the video and hopefully on the audio. So why don't we just very interested to hear what Craig has to say, and then we may continue with some discussion and questions afterwards. Craig, welcome very much. You hear us all right?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members, Secretary. Thanks for taking the time to work me in. It's really appreciate what Brad Ray and Brad Eggle are doing to set me up in their office today. We have 3 days left in our season, so I basically just ran off the boat to get here for this. So I really appreciate what these guys did, and thanks for taking the time. And I'd also like to give a quick thank you to Sandy for showing up at our last meeting. That really meant a lot to the board members. That was really nice to have her in the room and taking in on everything we're doing. So I really appreciate that. And I'd like to give a quick little overview on our the new electronic fish monitoring system that we have. It's our first summer doing it. Reporting. I started out reporting with my iPhone, and there was quite a few glitches in it. So I worked with Brad and the rest of the guys here in the Bayfield office. And once I switched to an iPad, it went very smooth. It seems to be working really well. It gives real-time entries. Seems to be working well. A few little glitches that we need to work out, but I think it'll be a really beneficial to all the parties. I totally agree with what Brad Eggles is reporting on the Cisco and the lake trout and the whitefish. I've been doing this since I was 8 years old, and I'm proud to report that this is the strongest I've ever seen this fishery in the Apostle Islands. I primarily fish in WI2. I do receive a quota for one, but I swap it with other fishermen because it's just economically, it's better for us fishermen to not go up there and for them not to come down by me. It just works out great. Really strong fishery. Some of the nicest whitefish I've ever seen in my career. I'm actually catching more fish with less effort than I've ever seen in the trap net industry. So it's really good. I mean, I've made this comment many times that we're fortunate enough to be part in the best fishery, I believe, in the world up in this end of the lake. And I really appreciate what everybody is doing. Sustainability is a word that's used a lot. And I really believe in that. And if we can keep going forward with what we're doing, I think there's great things to come. I would like to see in the state tribal negotiations, I would really like to see participation on the commercial side. Any of the 10 licenses that we have up here, I am completely confident in any of our license holders to sit on this panel, to represent us, to take part in this, if there's any way possible. I also have a lot of friends in the sporting industry that feel the same way. And the sport fisher side, they really would like to have a seat at the table because it could have such a very drastic economic impact on our businesses. And we talk a lot about sustainability of the fish, but also it's very important to me for the sustainability of the fishermen and women to continue on this trade. Our markets are very strong with our whitefish market right now. The lake trout we're on a fixed quota at our 600 plus fish per year. We do have that in our next October meeting. The DNR will be presenting to us for the future quotas on Cisco and lake trout. So we're very interested to hear that. I'm proud and I'm happy to be sitting here in front of you today to report this. it's, I never in my career did I ever think that we would be seeing what we're seeing out here. So my hat's off to what everybody's doing. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Craig. That's probably the most glowing report I've ever heard on Great Lakes fishing.
Well, and it's really nice to hear. It's because we're hearing it on the federal side on what they're doing, and we're hearing it on the state side with what the state is doing in their research and in the fishing that they're doing. So it's just really a lot of positive things. And but the state of Wisconsin has always erred on the side of caution, and I hope that continues, because I'm the 6th generation of my family, and I hope it goes on for 10 if possible.
Well, the future seems pretty bright. I read a press account. Now, I don't know if this was factual reporting or marketing, but I read this article that talked about the big year class on Cisco. And the Cisco population, there were long-term concerns about kind of the aging and inadequate reproduction. Apparently, there's been an absolute boom year class on Cisco. If you want to comment on that.
I have to agree, and it's I wish I would really love to set up a way when early in the spring, when we start in May and early June up until middle of June, when I'm winching up my trap nets, when I'm physically lifting them up and the net clears the side of the boat, as I start to corner the fish, the baby Cisco are in there by the tens of thousands, and it's actually just this huge bait ball that's in the net. And as I start to corner them, they're so small that they actually dart through the side of the net and take off. And it's so impressive. I was trying to figure out a way to capture this, but it happens so fast that I haven't been able to do it. I mean, we've had some little ones that we've caught, so we can tell the size, and we know that that's the year class that research is seeing. But it couldn't happen at a better time. I mean, these fish are, of course, years away from being in our targeted size fish that we will be. But it's so important that forage base with the brown trout program that's here now in our lake trout recovery. It's just the stars are aligning. It's a really good thing. And we're seeing some of the nights. I did see an article where in Duluth or in the Minnesota side that they had 2 state record cohos caught on the same day. And I was actually talking to the guys in the Bayfield office and telling them that. I said, you guys should see the size of these cohos I'm releasing in these trap nets. They're anywhere from 10 to 15 pounds, which is very rare. I've never seen fish like that. I mean, we see a lot of big walleyes and a lot of big browns, but cohos to that magnitude is just very impressive. And it's all on that forage base. It's playing right into everything we're trying to accomplish on this lake trout recovery. So it's just really good news.
Well, thanks very much. It's great to get a firsthand report from somebody that's on the water every day.
Well, I appreciate
Other
it.
questions, comments from the board?
I think we could get a volunteer to come up and videotape that window of opportunity. If I could just get a clarification on your concern with the tribal negotiation. It's the representation of the tribe, or on the quota setting. I don't know who wants to answer it, whether it be Craig or Brad.
I'm sorry, but I was just asking if it would be possible for a state license holder to have representation be part of the negotiations. Is that the other board members come to me, and that is one of our concerns that we would be a part of, because we have a vast knowledge of this industry, and there are a lot of give and takes where we're well aware of that with the state tribal negotiations. We would, any member or any license holder, I'm very confident with, as I said, could take part in this meeting if possible, just so we were there and we could offer our expertise on some of these deals. Right now, we have the state of Wisconsin represents the commercial side and the sports side, but it would be really nice if we actually had our own people in the room to take part in this.
Craig, are you referring to the next time the Lake Superior Fishing Agreement gets worked on?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's
Okay,
exactly
thank you. Yeah,
All
that's
right.
the point. And then is there a tribal member on your board?
We actually have 2 tribal members on our board. And to be honest with you all, I was very skeptical I actually questioned whether it was going to be a conflict of interest because one of the members actually holds a tribal commercial license and was actually going to be voting on certain things. The only power that we really have is quota allocation. But so I mean, it was with consultation through the DNR, they in the governor's office, they did not feel that it was that there was any conflict there. And so I just went into the first meeting. I said, I'm going to keep an open mind on this. And we went into the first meeting and it's actually going very well. It's a whole nother perspective that I didn't understand. So, I mean, the term collaboration is used a lot lately. So I would just like that to be a two-way street. We're actually working well together. So let's see if we can take it one step further when it comes to the next negotiation, because it does have a big impact on us, and some of the negotiations, there were trap net sites that were taken away and opened up for gill net fishing only. So there's just certain things like that, and it does have a large economic impact on our industry.
Right. And okay, thank you for the clarification. I agree. Continuing an open mind is a way to go.
And coming from me, that's really good because I usually don't. Do that. But I'm learning. As I get older, I'm learning. I'm really learning.
Love the honesty.
Other questions or comments from the board, either for Craig or for Brad? Okay, Brad, thank you very much. And Craig, thank you for stepping off the boat today and coming in a little early to talk with us. This has been very helpful. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you for your time, and why don't you all come to Apple Fest? It's coming up on October 6th and 7th, and have a good time, eat some apples and eat some fish and enjoy our little town.
Sounds great. And good luck on your last couple days of fishing.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, we'll get back onto the agenda as printed. We left off with item 4G on the forestry grant program, and now we're moving on to item 4H, which is a request approval to acquire 27.71 acres of land for the Chiwaki Prairie, Carroll Beach Natural Area in Kenosha County from the City of Kenosha Water Utility for $280,000. The subject property is part of the Kenosha Dunes and has approximately 873 feet of shoreline on Lake Michigan. The location of the subject property plays a critical role in a shoreline restoration project, which will stabilize and protect the environmentally sensitive dunes, making the acquisition of the subject parcel key for this stabilization work. Jim Lemke, Real Estate Section Chief. Welcome, Jim.
Thank you very much and good morning, Mr. Chair, Secretary Payne, and the rest of the Natural Resources Board. My name is Jim Lemke and I am the Real Estate Section Chief, and I'm here this morning seeking your approval on a 27-acre acquisition located within the project boundaries of the Chiwaki Prairie State Natural Area in Kenosha County. The parcel features 873 feet of Lake Michigan shoreline, is owned by the City of Kenosha Water Utility, and begins the conclusion to many years of discussion and collaboration with local units of government on plans to protect and restore over a half mile of sand dunes along Lake Michigan. These dunes are globally recognized as one of the last remaining examples of freshwater dunes in the world. A previous retaining wall installed in the 1970s has failed due to rising Lake Michigan waters and is making the preservation of these dunes a high priority for the department and the local governments wishing to preserve this rare ecological landscape. As part of that initiative, the restoration of the dunes in this acquisition is funded entirely by a Great Lakes Restoration Initiative, GLRI grant, with no stewardship monies being used to the purchase of this $280,000 property. It's located within a high population center of southern Wisconsin. The land will be open to all 5 nature-based outdoor activities and will be accessible to the public through adjacent DNR lands. In briefings, as Marcy discussed earlier this morning, this project came up with questions of me. I don't know if I've answered those real appropriately, and I've asked Stacy Huron from the Office of Great Waters, with the chair's permission, to really speak about the rehabilitation project for these sand dunes. So, Mr. Chair, if I can bring Stacy up to talk more specifically on that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. And thank you, Stacy.
Good morning, Chair Smith, Secretary Payne and board
You could
members.
speak closely to the mics. They
All right, is
don't
that
pick
better?
up at a distance.
All right. I think I have some slides that are coming up. There we go.
Get rid of the background.
Oop, there we go. A little slow. So the Kenosha Water Utility parcel is located between the state-owned Kenosha Dunes unit of the Chiwaki Prairie State Natural Area and the Kenosha Water Utility Facility right on the shores of Lake Michigan. And as you can see from the photos here, this is a Great Lakes dune and swale habitat. This is a globally rare habitat. We have 3 federally listed species, 5 state listed species, and 13 special concern species on the property. It is also a migratory bird stopover site. And as you can see from the trails, this is also an area that folks in the neighborhood use for passive recreation opportunities. And as noted by Mr. Lemke, we have had some erosion issues at this property. This is not unique to this particular property, obviously, with the high water levels on Lake Michigan, this has been experienced elsewhere, but the revetment that was installed by the previous owner prior to DNR did fail starting in about 2014 when we had the high water in 2020, failed completely, and we've lost a lot of shoreline. So we've been working with a lot of partners to try and come up with an innovative solution to protect the shoreline, stop the erosion, or at least slow it down, and also maintain connectivity between the lake and the uplands. So when you have a big stone wall, it's not very easy for those critters that live there to go back and forth. So we've been working on some innovative solutions to allow that connectivity and also protect the shoreline. And as you can see from these photos here, the bottom being from 2015, after things had just started failing, and the one on the top, we've lost a lot of shoreline. And you can also see the right half of the photo, that is the Kenosha Water Utility parcel. The erosion's kind of continuing there towards the water treatment facility. And we're hoping to not only protect all of this habitat, but also work to restore it and enhance it all as one comprehensive project. And just sharing a nice aerial photo. This would again be from the late 2018, 19-ish period. So you can kind of get a feel for the property, but happy to take any questions you may have about the project or the property.
Questions for Stacy? Go ahead, Jimmy.
Yeah, just curious, you mentioned the sort of innovative practices that might be used other than some concrete walls, which is probably great. So could you elaborate just a little bit on that?
Sure. So we're looking at a hybrid project, which would incorporate some hard infrastructure, but also leave pockets of shoreline open to be beach habitat. And so there would be interspersed hard structures within that stretch, but also including some pockets of beach that would be connected. So think about kind of like an offset dash line of structures so that it's protected, but also allowing that connectivity.
Great. Thank you.
Are there questions, comments?
Yes.
Marcy?
Thank you very much for attending and clarifying some of the issues. As Jim probably shared, one of my concerns is that we're creating an island. This is a heavily developed area in the southeast part of the state. I'm all for protecting dunes and especially seeing the listing of the number of threatened and endangered. But when I looked at the overall picture of the prairie, you have a number of entities that are involved, right? The Nature Conservancy, our green sheet list, the UW. Is there a Friends of?
Oh yeah, there's a very active friends group for the greater Chiwaki Prairie area. Yes.
Okay, so how big is the greater Chiwaki area?
So this would be the northern end, right, at the Kenosha Dunes property, and the southern end of the Chiwaki Prairie State Natural Area is at the Illinois border. And actually, the habitat continues into Illinois.
Do we have that diagram?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Were we provided that diagram of where it goes to the Illinois border?
So, and it doesn't extend along the shoreline. This is one of the only areas that actually extend to the lake. Most of the Chiwaki Prairie area is actually inland from the lake.
Okay, so the shoreline is what did you say, 800 feet, 800 plus feet of shoreline protection through this?
For this acquisition, correct?
Okay, but the north and south of it, are there any protections along beyond that to the shoreline?
So to the north is the Kenosha wastewater utility property. And so that is obviously in public ownership, and they have just invested quite a lot of money in their shoreline protection. To the north of that is Southport Park. And again, publicly owned, and there's a beach and playground, swimming areas, that kind of thing. To the south of the dunes is a residential neighborhood. So there are no dunes that exist to the north or to the south until you get to the Illinois border. This is the remnant of the dunes.
Okay, so yeah, when I expanded out on Google to the south, those residential developments go right to the lake.
Correct. Yes.
And that's part of my concern. In your role, do you feel like this is a concern that we're creating an island?
No, I don't think we're creating an island. There's a lot of shoreline management, shoreline protection structures in all of those residential areas. So there's not really other areas of dune to manage. Those don't exist anymore. Again, until you get into Illinois, where you're in Illinois Beach State Park, which does have a large dune complex. Historically, that was all one landscape, and it has just been changed over time and converted to other land uses. Within Chiwaki Prairie itself, which again is more west of those neighborhoods that are along the lake, there is a lot of preservation and work to connect those habitats with the dunes themselves to provide that habitat connectivity.
So am I allowed to
Go ahead.
just jump in here? So how this fits into the grant, the grant through EPA, correct? This is one piece of it. And then the management obviously is another piece. The retaining wall, the removal of the retaining wall, you said the previous landowner.
So this property was at one time slated to be the location of a power plant by We Energies. When they did not put that power plant at that location, it was purchased by the Nature Conservancy and then given to the DNR. And so that is the main part of the ownership from DNR, is that area that had one time been planned to be the power plant. And when We Energies owned it, they had installed that revetment in the 1970s. And so
when we all thought retaining walls would last forever.
yeah, so that has just failed with time and not a lot of maintenance on those structures. So we're trying to find something that is a better solution for the habitat and also a lower maintenance option as well for the department.
So does the grant cover the removal of the the remnant of the retaining wall?
So we have funding right now for planning and design for that through GLRI, and have applied for funding to construct the what we come out of the final plans from that design phase. And so those funds are separate from the funding for the acquisition. That is based solely on protection of habitat, the funding that we received to purchase properties.
Okay. And so overall, as this moves forward, is there a formal collaborative entity for the prairie management, maintenance, ongoing costs?
So the prairie itself, I guess I'm not the best person to speak to the ongoing maintenance cost of like the Chiwaki Prairie as a greater unit. The property manager who wasn't able to be here today it would be better to speak to that. I can tell you that we receive a lot of funding to do projects there. I work with the NHC program on that. There is federal funding, there's state funding, there's cross border collaboration and funding with Illinois and our partners at the Nature Conservancy. And as you noted at the Friends Group, there is a rather robust monitoring and management that happens out there at the prairie, larger. For this property, yes, that would also apply, but specifically looking to make this again, more low maintenance for the department in terms of the solutions being proposed for the dunes themselves.
Okay, is the grant contingent on approval of this purchase?
Is the grant, well, we could not spend money out of the grant without
But the plan.
without the approval.
The planning portion would be.
The planning portion
consent.
is separate.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, comments from the board? I have one, Stacy, and I'm not sure if it's appropriate for you or for Jim or somebody else. Department over the years has done a lot of things with collaborative projects with partners. As Marcy stated, obvious resource value here is significant, and it's important to preserve and sustain that. And I'm all for that. But I look at the picture you put up, and the shoreline change in the last 8 years is significant, and it's encroaching rapidly on the treatment plant. And the parcels presently in their ownership, is it essential for the state to be the underlying property owner of this parcel to enable the dune project and to enable the protection of the resources? Or is there another alternative where we could work with local partners? Obviously, the resources are there and the habitat's there under public ownership.
Mm-hmm.
Does the state need to be the underlying property owner and hands-on manager of the property for this to work?
Okay, well, and Mr. Lemke can correct me if I'm wrong, but I do not believe that we could implement that construction project on someone else's property. So in other words, for the state to hold a contract and to build and implement whatever comes out of our planning process, I don't think that we can do that on the Kenosha Water Utilities property. We cannot implement a project like that on someone else's property. We cannot build things.
But the city of Kenosha is who we're buying it from, right?
Through the water utility. We're buying it from the water utility.
Jim,
City
do you
of
have any more to
Kenosha
add to
Water.
that?
Utility.
Excuse me, Marcy.
Never mind.
Jim, do you have any more to add to that discussion?
Not really. Thank you, Stacy, for all that knowledge.
Could you step up to the mic? Thank you.
Sure. The project itself with the restoration of the dunes certainly involves an application process through EPA. And as a underlying fee owner, that gives us the right to make that application, not only on this property, but the properties located south of there that the DNR currently owns, and potentially another property that may become before this board next year on a We Energies property, so that collectively our application for this grant will include a half a mile of shoreline. And so that's dependent or contingent upon the fee owner making that application. And the other thing, Mr. Chair, and I don't know if it plays into the restoration of the dunes so much, but from a long-term management standpoint, this will be part of a state natural area. So the uplands all outside the dunes area, the 27 acres, requires certain further management responsibilities from our NHC staff. So that's the other component to the acquisition. Yes, the dunes takes front and center stage because of the importance and the rarity of those dunes, but we shouldn't lose sight of also those uplands open to the public and the protection of those species outside that dunes area. And for that, it seems to make sense that that belongs under department ownership. That's our expertise. That's what we do, is protect those environmentally sensitive areas and state natural areas.
So there's a bigger picture here about some additional work beyond just this parcel.
Well, there's the SNA and there's the Chiwaki Prairie itself, which will be undergoing a master plan revision that'll come before this board sometime in the next year or two as that goes through that process. So yes, it's a larger picture, and it's a success story in Chiwaki Prairie. I know that some of the local governments and the local towns are very excited about the ability to protect those unique wetlands. And so I think it's a celebrated area of the state that the department has the wherewithal, the engineering, the capabilities to manage.
I just noticed in looking at the map and the parcel distribution and ownership, there are inholdings that are owned by other units of local government as part of that bigger picture. And it just begged the question as to why we would be acquiring this one fee title when we've got other ones that are within the boundary and presumably in a collaborative fashion.
Yes, and I think you've seen, this board seen a number of those properties come before as we look to fulfill that acquisition goal within the Chiwaki Prairie. But to your point as well, Mr. Chair, if you take the Nature Conservancy, which is a strong partner in Chiwaki Prairie, quite often they'll come to us and they'll donate their ownership of lands throughout the state of Wisconsin. And the main intent, if I can just quote from what I've heard from some of their administration, because the long-term management expertise of the DNR exceeds their capabilities at the Nature Conservancy. And I think if you take that in a smaller scope for this acquisition, those same rules probably apply, that the best owner of this outside of the restoration work is most likely the DNR.
The last question I have related to that is, again, the proximity of the shoreline changes and erosion to the utility there. It seems they have a very vested interest in stabilizing that shoreline. Is there an opportunity there for some kind of a cost share or collaboration between the state and the utility?
With regard to the acquisition that we're looking at today, or?
No, just the overall work being done and the long-term maintenance. I would think we'd want to collaborate very closely if we do in fact become the owner of the property, because the success of that is going to be very important to that neighbor next door at the utility.
Yeah, it's a great point, and I'll bring that point forward to our NHC Bureau as well to encourage those types of communications. Stacy, do you know, are those ongoing? Are we talking with the northerly property owners as well?
Yeah, and to the north, the water utility has just invested quite a bit of funding in their shoreline and has done that. And in fact, the revetment on their property is actually in quite good shape. It could use a little tuning up, I think. And actually, we're talking about some of the kind of habitat enhancements we could perhaps add to that in front of that parcel. But yes, they have been investing millions of dollars in that shoreline and in stabilizing that shoreline. So yeah, we've talked to them quite a bit. It's, I think, harder for them because they don't have a habitat protection mission at the wastewater utility to be able to do a lot with that property. But obviously, as I noted, they have spent quite a bit of money right there to the north.
Yeah, I think depending on where the vote goes here, the shared interest in that just begs for an ongoing higher level of collaboration, communication, coordination. I'd encourage that.
Yep.
Thank you. Other questions, comments from the board? Sandy?
Yeah. Thank you for talking with me earlier, and I had it just since wanted to clarify a few things. We keep talking about we energy. I'm just trying to figure out where does that fit in? That's property we're not talking about right now, but we want to acquire in the future. Is that right?
Yes, and that's part of this sand dune restoration hope, is that we can also include the we energy property. So on your mapping, you'll notice the subject property to the very north of Chiwaki Prairie, then the existing state ownership along the southern portion of the subject property, and just adjacent to that bordering on our south end of this property is the We Energies land. And if you look at the aerials show that there's buildings on that property. Those have since been removed, and that's all part of the process that we're going through right now to make sure that we have a clean ask in front of the NRB if that should happen to come before this board sometime next year.
Okay, so.
Does that answer your question?
Sort
or-
of, when you're talking about the south part of the property, I'm looking at the map right now. Is that way south of this property, or is it just south?
No.
Of the Chiwaki Prairie?
No, it is just within 1,000 feet of our property that we're talking
That's-
about today.
That's the rectangular property that's below the Chiwaki.
That's the odd shaped parcel. Yes, it has going to the west, it has a smaller strip of land and expands beyond that. On page 7 of your mapping, it expands beyond that along the shoreline.
Okay,
It says the southwest of the southwest on that mapping if you're looking at the green packet.
yeah, I am. Okay, I'm almost there. Okay, I think I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
Just so I
I-
know, we're talking about two different things right now, though.
Yes.
We're just talking about that red area that's outlined
Yes.
in red. And the shoreline just along that area, or the shoreline along the Chiwaki Prairie also?
So two different things, Sandy, and I apologize for not being clear. So we're talking about the acquisition of just the subject property in red, but the dunes restoration plan will include that property, our existing ownership south of there, and potentially the We Energies property that could become before this board next year. So that would be a half mile cumulatively of shoreline, although the subject property today is just 870 feet of shoreline.
So we're not approving any GLRI money right now. We're not doing any approvals of projects or anything, just the purchase of the property.
Correct, using GLRI grant money for that
Okay.
$280,000.
Okay, and then I think yeah, I along with what Marcy was saying about that long-term maintenance of that, because Great Lakes restorations can be difficult, especially with fluctuating water levels. And so just making sure that we have the infrastructure and funding to maintain that is important. And
great-
you
a
all
great
know
point.
that, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's a great
Yeah.
point. Thank you.
Other questions? Mr. Secretary,
Sure, just
welcome to the
comment.
discussion.
Well, I appreciate the discussion and they're excellent questions. And anytime we're working with units of government or water utilities, obviously we should be looking to leverage resources and work in collaboration. They have a vested interest in the shoreline there and stabilizing that. So that will be the next step. But as I look at this, and I thought the write-up was very well done and very clear, and I revisited after we had a chance to talk a little bit about the meeting and the agenda today, because you're hearing loud and clear, going forward, we need to work with this water utility and be sure they have some skin in the game on taking care of that shoreline stabilization and their own assets that they need to protect. But to me, this acquisition will be financed entirely with U.S. Environmental Protection Agency funds, Great Lakes Restoration Initiative funds. The property abuts department-owned land to the south and has approximately 873 feet of shoreline on Lake Michigan as part of this Kenosha Dunes, the last natural community remnant Great Lakes dune in southern Lake Michigan. That's important. That's critical. And then I also appreciate the last line, to provide additional lands for public recreation in a highly populated area of southeast Wisconsin, which we're hearing more and more, not only from citizens across the state, but the legislature, that when we have an opportunity to purchase more land or protect more land in southern Wisconsin, I think that's highly supported because of the population base there, and to provide for long-term management efficiencies and conservation of this rare habitat. So I think this is a wonderful opportunity, though I think the questions and discussion you heard, certainly we need to be mindful of going forward. But I also just want to say thank you to both of you for your work. As Jim and I were talking about a little bit during the break, to have a focus in this agency where you have the opportunity to be involved with working in collaboration with others to purchase or protect properties for future generations. It's going to be wonderful. I can only imagine when you retire, Jim, and you're sitting with your grandkids and just thinking about the kind of legacy you left and what you did to help the state become stronger. And Stacy, it's good to see you again. Stacy and I had the opportunity to work on $100 million cleanup the Sheboygan River and Harbor in Sheboygan County when I served as county administrator for 24 years. We had the opportunity to leverage resources to purchase the Amsterdam Dunes, 333 acres, one of the last remaining undeveloped pieces of property between Sheboygan and Milwaukee. And now to see you working with the Office of Great Lakes to protect further land, my compliments and appreciation. So thank you both.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Marcy?
Is the grant timing, is the purchase of this timing sensitive to the grant timeline? Time. You know what I mean?
So if you're referring to the grant for the acquisition,
Yes.
so the grant for the acquisition is its own timeline. I'd say the more time sensitive part would be construction of the habitat protection features, which we would hope to, we're hoping to hear back about the funding for that in the next couple months. And if so, could potentially start building that next year. So it's probably more time sensitive in terms of implementing the shoreline protection than it is the grant to purchase the property.
Okay, thank you. So all compliments agreed with and all concerns about the dune agreed with. If you would allow me to ask for a table of this item, table this until October's pretty busy, November we skip. If we table this until December, and if I can ask that the staff who works in that region could put together ownership, public ownership as listed with the university, coastal zone management, nature conservancy, those entities, it would really help me understand the bigger picture of where we're going with this. So if that's allowed, Mr. Chairman, could I request a table?
Well, you can, and we can take a vote on that.
Can I ask a question? By tabling it though, are we gonna miss out on any opportunity to purchase the property? I mean, is there a timeline associated with that? Are there other buyers? Is it just exclusively available to us?
Well, to be honest with you, and thanks for the question, the water utility from the city of Kenosha is hoping that this falls within the ownership of the DNR. But they are a private land owner, so they have the option to be able to entertain any other potential offers or purchases on that land. I don't think they are, to be honest with you, but I can't speak on their behalf. And I'm hoping that the information that is being requested can be provided to this board in a timely manner. Perhaps after approval of the acquisition can go through as just something for consideration.
Nice. That was subtle, Jim. Thank you.
Marcy, my old background was in sales, so I apologize for that.
Hey, I'm happy to put it on in October if the agenda allows.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Sharon,
Could
please.
we satisfy this by moving forward with the decision and also requesting that the agreements come back in a timely way? So we move ahead.
Could you repeat that again?
Yes,
Just to make
I
sure I'm
think
understanding.
Marcy has asked for information that will be helpful because it'll give a long-term understanding of how the partners will work. However, I would hope that we can take a vote on this acquisition today. So what I'm proposing is that we make a motion to move this forward with the acquisition with the request or the condition that this information comes to us.
Okay. Well, this is in discussion format right now. I haven't.
Yeah, I
taken
know,
Either
but
of these
that's-
as a formal motion yet, but you're suggesting that we consider the vote today, but put a contingency on the approval that we have this information.
Yeah, and
Yes.
I don't think we can put a contingency on. That's fine. Move ahead.
Okay.
I rescind my question about tabling.
Okay.
It's fine.
You want to put that in the form of a motion?
Yes, we approve the request to, I'm looking at what Jim put on here. To acquire the 27.71 acres of land. Is that the one that we're speaking to? For the Chiwaki Prairie Carroll Beach Natural Area in Kenosha County from the city of Kenosha Water Utility for $280,000.
And then you were going to make it contingent upon some information by a specific time frame.
Well, Marcy seems to have withdrawn that, but that's what I would.
Well, yeah, I just don't know that we can make a motion to purchase with a condition like that.
Okay.
Point of
We can-
order there, Cheryl. I don't know if we can condition a motion like that.
Well, Mr. Chair, what I would offer is we will deliver on your request. And we will also follow up and have some additional discussion with the utility about whether there's some opportunity for some collaboration of the cost of the wall, what have you. So regardless of what action's taking here today, Marcy, we will deliver on your request.
That's the point.
Okay,
I will second that motion.
so we
To
have a
acquire.
motion to approve
And
from
second.
Sharon, and we've got a second from Paul. Any further discussion?
I
would-
just,
Go ahead, Paul.
just to acknowledge, we've heard from the legislators that we need to acquire land in southeast Wisconsin, and we've got an opportunity to. And so I think we need to acquire land where the people are sometimes.
Okay. Other comments? Discussion? I would like to add one expansion a little bit of what Sandy had mentioned a while ago about the long-term maintenance of the property. One of the issues that might pop up, and I don't want an answer now, I just want to raise it as an issue to be explored with the utility. Just looking at the erosion patterns and the speed at which it's moving in that area. If we become owner of the property and we're using some innovative methods to manage that shoreline erosion, if they don't work and they start to threaten the utility, what's our relationship, our liability, if you will? I think those are questions that we need to work out with the utility. They may come in and say, well, we know a better way to do this shoreline erosion. We're going to build a wall and we want you to do it too, because your stuff isn't working and it's threatening our facility. I hope that's not the case, but I just put it out there as we're discussing things between the department and the utility. I'd hope there'd be some kind of agreement on how to approach this in a constructive fashion rather than inadvertently putting ourselves at odds just because of this particular action and grant. Okay,
Thank you.
any
Yeah.
further, Dylan?
Yeah, I agree with that as well. And I also think just in general, I don't have a great grasp as to how projects like this get prioritized or moved to the top. So I mean, it's really good to know that we have federal funding to be able to purchase this. But it's also, I think, a healthy practice to know, like, if there were other options too for utilizing those GLRI funds to maybe acquire other types of shoreline properties too, or other types of inland properties, because the way that we get it presented, it's like, this is your only option to do it. I'm not arguing with it because I agree we should acquire shoreline property any time like this, it's available, I think. But just to kind of know that, what potentially, we have on the docket coming up, or what types of opportunities are available, and additionally, the type of funding that potentially is available to cover or offset those costs, I think would be helpful. So.
And if I may, Mr. Chair.
Please.
Dylan, we do have quite a few different projects that use GLRI funding. One was the Lake Superior half mile that this board approved prior to your tenure. And there are other projects that we will also be using for acquisitions with that funding involved. So the programs are very aware of these grants through EPA, and we use them to try and minimize our impact on stewardship.
Yeah, that's what I mean, but we aren't too, I guess maybe I'm speaking for myself. Maybe you guys are in the loop of that, like what things are coming down the line, right? And what types of projects you want to use to fund with GLRI and what types maybe not so much. That would be just helpful to know that, right? Like,
sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Secretary.
I appreciate the comments, Dylan. I agree. And when we come back with the information that Marcy has requested, just a broader discussion of how we establish priorities, our planning process, are some of these an opportunity that, we obviously pursue because of the opportunity in front of us, or are there parts of the state or areas where we're looking to preserve? I know we're certainly looking to preserve rare dunes, but I appreciate the question. Thank you.
Sandy.
I appreciate you bringing that up, Dylan, and the support for that, Mr. Secretary. I had that similar question. We talked about those 5 criteria of how they choose and which ones kind of come up as the properties, but it would be nice to have some alternatives that we can kind of so we can kind of be a part of that process. And I agree, this is a the sand dunes we need to protect. I'm from Racine County. I have family still there and friends, and public land is important. It's getting very busy, the public land that we have. So I do understand spending this funding there. So, but having those criteria be transparent for all of our members would be good. So if we could include that on the list of, but thank you for giving those to me.
Oh, sure. Acquisition criteria is what Sandy's talking about.
Other comments or questions? Okay, again, we have a motion to approve and we have a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries.
Thank you very much for the
Thank you
discussion.
very much for the extra time and discussion. Stacy,
Thanks to
thank you.
Stacy especially.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So let me check in with Ashley. What kind of lunch? Thank you. Let's check in with the board. What's your preference? We take a break for lunch or we continue?
Can we
Well,
finish item I?
Is Charlie missing out on work time? Charlie's our next, right? Brad and Charlie are
Well,
next.
Charlie's on the agenda as part of the quota setting for Lake Michigan.
Anyway, we're able to do a working lunch if possible and just keep working through while simultaneously eating. I certainly can do that. I don't know about.
It's crunchy time.
I mean, just so that we can keep the agenda flowing. I'm also okay with just rolling right through to the end.
Yeah, the next item on our agenda is I, and that is the department recommendations for Lake Michigan, Green Bay, commercial harvest of whitefish. And we have one speaker, Charlie Hendrickson, chair of the Lake Michigan board. I would say we got a couple options. We could take this item and then break afterwards.
Yes.
We could take a short break and just keep plowing through the agenda if you prefer to do that.
But I'd like to get this item before we go to lunch.
Okay,
I think it's a courtesy to Charlie. He doesn't have to,
I'm just checking with everybody.
not to not include Brad.
Okay.
It's a courtesy to Brad. as
With that, we'll proceed with item 4I. And after that, we'll take our lunch break.
A brief lunch
Sorry.
break.
Okay, force fed. Okay, item 4I on the agenda, request approval of department recommendations for the Lake Michigan and Green Bay total allowable commercial harvest and whitefish commercial harvest quotas. Brad Egel, Great Lakes District Fisheries Supervisor. Welcome back, Brad.
Good afternoon now. Well, thank you. For this topic, we're going to be looking at and seeking approval for our Lake Michigan and Green Bay whitefish tax and quotas. The objectives for today are really a brief, very brief overview of our population model results for both Lake Michigan and Green Bay, as well as then looking at our total allowable commercial harvest or tax, and then how that translates into the commercial fishing zones that we have on Lake Michigan and Green Bay. Very simplistically, we currently use a statistical catch at age model for most of the modeling work that we do on the Great Lakes. And essentially, this is an accounting program to look at the number of fish coming into the fishery or recruitment, how many different fish we have by ages, and then what kind of mortality do we have on those fishes that are out in the lake, and then hopefully determining what kind of spawning stock biomass we have that are available for commercial and sport fishing in the Great Lakes. And we do that not only with this, but also many other species in the Great Lakes and of course, around the country. Our inputs into these models are vast. You can see the list there for both Lake Michigan and Green Bay. We have a lot of different surveys that get put input, harvest information, length and weight information. So a lot of data and inputs go into this model to provide as accurate as we can what kind of biomass we have out there, and then what kind of tax we should have for the sport and commercial fisheries. For Green Bay, you can see there in yellow, we added 2 pieces of information this time around, looking at young of the year bottom trawl survey data, as well as some hydroacoustic information that we had from Green Bay as well. First, looking at the Lake Michigan model runs to develop a new TAC for Lake Michigan. The graph you have here is the spawning stock biomass of whitefish in Lake Michigan. The blue line is information from our last model run, and the orange is what our current model run shows. You can see that we have a bit of a drop in our spawning stock biomass. However, as I'll point out in the next slide, that's offset a bit by the fish that are available to the commercial fishers. And our recommended TAC that we're going with this time around is slightly higher at 867,000 pounds. Now, while the population in Lake Michigan is certainly declining, and it continues to decline, we have had low harvests the last several years. Our models that we're using fit the information, and we've improved upon that from our last model run. And probably that last sentence there captures what we're talking about, that the total allowable catch was somewhat higher, as I pointed out, but it's pretty close to where our last model run was. And it really has to do with what kind of ages are vulnerable to the fishery. So while we had a decrease in the biomass, that was offset to a large degree by the fish that are available to be harvested, and thus allowed us to have a slightly higher TAC this time around compared to last. And that'll become important as I talk about the Green Bay side of it. Turning our attention to the Green Bay model runs, showing you the same figure and graph from our efforts. And this is again the spawning stock biomass of whitefish in Green Bay. The blue line is from our last model run, and the orange is from this current model run. You can see that the upward population trend that we saw last time around is no longer there, and we do have a fairly significant drop as run by the models in terms of spawning stock biomass. And that did result in a slight decrease in our TAC for Green Bay, going to 2.2 million pounds this time around. And I'll explain that on the next slide. While we might have a fairly large decrease in spawning stock, you can see in this graph what's harvestable by the fishers and sport. We see that we actually have more fish available to be harvested from the new model run compared to the old. So the new is in orange and the blue is the old model run. So while we've had a drop in biomass as calculated by the catch at age model, we see more fish available to the fishers. However, that availability wasn't enough to offset this relatively large amount of decrease in the spawning stock biomass. And that is why in this case, the TAC came down slightly from last go around. And we do have, as I said, more biomass of sizes that are available to the sport and commercial harvest in this model run compared to last. So in the Green Bay model, the spawning stock in the bay is relatively stable. We've had good harvest, both sport and commercial, the last several years. And we've had good model performance as we work through that. And again, even though we've had this fairly good drop in the spawning stock biomass, there are more fish of larger size available for harvest, but that did result in a slight decrease in the TAC down to 2.2 million pounds. So what does this all mean in terms of where we were previously to where we're going? The top panel there shows you the TAC for Green Bay and Lake Michigan that we're currently under at 2.3 and 800,000 pounds in Lake Michigan. That resulted in a commercial TAC for Green Bay at 1.176 million and right around 800,000 for Lake Michigan. With this new model run, we're proposing a commercial quota for Green Bay at 1.142 million pounds and 874,000 pounds for the lake. Now, when we've been working on this the last several years, we've been obviously working with the commercial fishers, the Lake Michigan Commercial Fisher Board, sport people that harvest whitefish, and other stakeholders well over the last 2 or 3 years. We've been before this board countless times on this issue. We've worked really hard with all entities to work out a viable solution moving forward. That rule was passed in August 1st of last year that told us how we utilize these TACs and distribution among the different fishing zones that we have in Lake Michigan. So if you look on the panel there on the left, that shows you an overlay of what we're talking about in terms of the zones as well as the commercial fishing areas of Lake Michigan. One of the things that we worked on with the commercial fishing board is, while we have 2 populations of whitefish, one in the bay and one in the lake, that's not how the commercial fishing zones are set up right now. So working with the commercial fishing board, we came up with code that's in our 25 that then distributes this TAC amongst the different commercial fishing zones. So if we take a little bit closer look at these zones, zone 1 there is in the red outline. Zone 2, which encompasses the top part of Green Bay, is in blue. And zone 3 is sort of the pink coloration in the last 3 management units, the green, yellow, and orange there. So we have to take the TAC that's calculated in Green Bay and Lake Michigan and fit them into the commercial fishing zones as requested by the commercial fishers. So we did that through the last several years, working with all the stakeholder groups. We codified that was passed on August 1st of last year. And here are the results from that codification. So we take the Green Bay TAC, that's at 1.142 million. We assign a significant portion to zone 1, and in this case, that equals out to 776,000 pounds. We take the Lake Michigan TAC at 874,000 pounds and attribute 351,000 pounds to zone 3. And the remainder of those quotas all go into zone 2, which is currently at 888,000. So it's relatively complex due to this overlay of the tax onto the zones, but it served us well the last several years. I think it served us well this go around. It will serve us well in the future, taking the tax that we work on with our partners around the lake and our stakeholders in Wisconsin, and taking those tax that we develop and putting the right quota in the right areas for the commercial fishers harvest. With that, I'll turn it back to you, Chairman Smith.
Okay, we've got an appearance. Charlie Hendrickson's applied to appear before the board. And Charlie, I think we'd like to take your testimony next and then have both of you available to ask questions as needed. Welcome, Charlie. And I want to note to the public too, Charlie is not held to the 3-minute standard because he chairs a statutorily recognized body that's charged with advising the board.
Well, I appreciate that,
Chairman Smith, I'll try and be brief, but this is a big issue that might take a little time. So Secretary Payne, members of the Resources Board, everyone who's here. First off, I appreciate your concern about lunch. I do have some food in the truck. I could go out and eat, but I'm happy we're going to finish this. And I appreciate you waiting for your lunch. So this process has been ongoing for nearly 10 years. And I'm going to review a little bit of it because many of you haven't been part of all of it. Some of you have probably heard way more than you ever wished you heard about it. But as it became apparent that fish were recolonizing Lower Green Bay and the population, because of the quagga mussels, was declining in Lake Michigan, we needed to come up with a new system to assess the fish. So up until several years ago, we did one model that drove all of it. And the North Moonlight Bay spawning stock was the primary stock that supplied a lot of Lake Michigan. So as that declined and this robust population became apparent, it was the fishing board that originally suggested we run two models. So we're glad that happened and that it was the right way to approach this scientifically. But there were repeated delays. There were a lot of questions raised. We proposed a study. The commercial fishermen funded a tagging study, which went to supply a lot of this information about the separation of the stocks. We proposed a catch composition study, which was a big concern in Lower Green Bay. That study languished for 2 years because we couldn't get Sea Grant or the DNR to provide a monitor. And they told us that we couldn't self-monitor because they couldn't trust our numbers. So that's always been a bugaboo about some of this stuff because we have as much interest, more really, than anyone else in the success and the sustainability of this fisheries. So now, after all this stuff, we were ready to move forward with a rule, and in an unprecedented move, the rule that came out in January of 2021 had some baffling changes. So at that point, Secretary Cole, Deputy Secretary Barry, Doc Frayne, who was then the chair, Chairman Smith, who was then just a board member, Cheryl Heilman, all helped us get that green sheet revised in an unprecedented move. It was pulled out and then resubmitted. That gave us a chance to get the full Zone 1 quota in 2024, which is what we're approving today. But it was on track finally after all those delays to go into effect in 2023. So don't get me wrong, we're happy this is happening. And we wanted this rule to go forward because this is the first time that we're gonna make these changes under this system. So you're doing something here today that's never been done before. We've always adjusted quotas by rule, but as we all know, the cumbersome rule process that our legislature is using now just doesn't respond fast enough to the dynamics of the lake. So we're very encouraged that we're doing this. I think some of what we did here is what you're talking about doing in Lake Superior. But you know, we're very happy that we're moving forward with this. I'm very happy to hear Craig talk so positively about the Lake Superior fishery. I have many friends up there, people I do business with, people I've known forever, but there's some significant differences. They don't have a whitefish quota. They fish unhindered for whitefish. There's a difference where they have 7-night limit on their trap nets, and we have a 5-night limit that's never been
discussed or used, but now with the new E-first system, it's gonna become a point of contention that just reared its head. I guess we're happy about that. Our chubs were decimated by the quagga mussels also. There's chubs in the lake, but they're not growing. Lake Superior has that robust herring fishery, and Lake Superior has a lake trout fishery, which we would like to also have. So I'm getting a little off track here, and I know you want to have lunch. But you know, the people that helped us get that rule on track have turned it over now, and Secretary Payne and Chairman Smith, Diane Brusso, Tammy Ryan, and of course still Cheryl Heilman have all pledged to be advocates for commercial fishing, because we are food producers, you know, and all too often I think some of the sport fishery and even some of the staff just think of us as guys out there taking all we can take. But we're happy to operate under this quota system. We just want a fair amount of it that we can use. So thank you, and thank you for approving this rule.
Okay, thank you, Charlie. Any questions from the board for either Charlie or for Brad? Everybody's hungry.
I'm not.
Well,
Sandy, go ahead.
It'll be quick. Charlie, thank you for pointing out those differences between the fisheries. That's helpful. I haven't heard that before, so.
That came
Thank
up
you.
once before, you know, and I was talking, and Marcy said, well, how come we don't hear anything from Lake Superior when we were having a problem? And they're in a situation we were in maybe 20 years ago. So,
Thank you.
and we hope to get back to that. So thank you.
Brad, I have a question for you. I received a contact. We don't have any public appearances on it, and other than Charlie, and we didn't receive anything in writing, but I had a phone contact a month or so ago from one of the sport fishing people up in Green Bay. And he asked what the impact would be, recognizing they had bad ice all winter last year. There was very little to no sport fishing take. And he wondered how that impacted the model and the future planning. And his concern was that it would show a more robust population of whitefish available that had not been harvested by the sport fishery, and just advised us to be careful not to go too far too fast. I just feel it important to pass that on and to get your comment on it.
Yeah, the sport and commercial harvest is certainly a key component of these catch at age models. And Chairman Smith was referring to the tough ice season that we had in 2023, where the ice on Green Bay really didn't set up till after Martin Luther King Jr. Day, and then only lasted till maybe the first week of March. So they had a really short window to catch them. Obviously, harvests were down, but that's in the 2023 season. These models run data through 2022. So if that continues, whether it's on the sport or commercial side, whether it's harvest increases or decreases, or maybe have length changes or any other changes that occur the next 3 years, the next time that we run the model, we'll take that in consideration. So as Charlie said, you know, we've had a long road to get here. Started really in earnest in 21 as we developed these new models through countless meetings, countless presentations to the board. I'm hopefully happy to say that after this one, maybe I won't see you on this topic for 3 years, but we'll see. But so hopefully we got things dialed in, and we've got good tax set up the next 3 years. But certainly, yeah, if changes occur, they will be reflected the next time we run with the model.
Yeah. Okay. So that will be taken into account with future modeling. All right. Thank you. Yeah. I have one more question for you, Brad, and then Charlie also. Brad, on your explanation of the charts and the lines, that even though the line was going down on biomass, we had more fish of the right size that were available to the commercial harvest. And because of that, the TAC and the quota is going up a little bit on Lake Michigan. Now, this is separate from Green Bay. Does that also indicate then that there are fewer young fish in the biomass? And what does that indicate for populations ahead? Are we seeing the peak of the curve now with harvestable commercial fish in Lake Michigan and a more limited resupply of young fish coming into the system?
Yeah, the Lake Michigan population of whitefish has certainly been a concern for fisheries managers and commercial fishers for probably better than a decade. And it really gets back to what kind of recruitment are we seeing from year classes of fish coming to the fishery, where we enjoyed really robust recruitment in the 80s and 90s. We haven't seen that more recently. So yeah, we could be at a point where we're at the top end of the quota. And if we don't see some good recruitment, that certainly number could come down. And it's been a point of study and emphasis on the upper part of Lake Michigan, not only by Wisconsin, but federal partners and other state agencies, trying to ascertain, what are the causes for this poor recruitment. And of course, there's a lot of finger pointing about quagga mussels, water quality, predation. And while, maybe we'll find the answer to what the smoking gun is, now what do you do about it? So it is a tough nut to crack as far as why aren't we seeing recruitment? And I think it goes back to what Mr. Hoopman said about sustainability in the future. It also, he talked about a conservative approach, because as try as we might, we don't know when or what conditions drove that tremendous Cisco year class up in Lake Superior. But I do know this, we got to have the right fish out there in the right size classes and the right biomass. So when that happens, we get a good year class kicked off. And that's what we've been trying to do as an agency, looking forward 3-5 years down the road, maybe not concentrate on today. What do we have 3-5 years down the road, and make sure we have that biomass, whether it's whitefish, lake trout, Cisco, chubs, so that when those conditions are right, we can get a maximized year class and then help sustain the fishery in the future. So.
Thank you.
Yep.
And Charlie, I just wanted to say publicly to thank you for your patience and your professionalism. We have worked through the administrative code changes, the quota changes. The biology's been ahead of us, well ahead of us, and the fish were there. You knew it, you said it. The board, the last time we approached quotas, took a more conservative response. The quotas were increased significantly, but not as much as they could have been. And I know there was disappointment in the commercial fishery about that. I think this time around, we're catching up with the biology a little bit, and I just appreciate how you've handled this throughout. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Chairman Smith. And, we've talked, Chairman Smith and I, regularly through this process. When he was a board member, he attended our meetings. He's even, since he's been chair, sat in on one of our meetings. So he's very knowledgeable about this. And when this was last approved, he spoke very eloquently about us as food producers and how we have to consider that part of the stakeholder group, the consumers, when we're making these decisions. And that'll never be acknowledged enough by me how much that was appreciated. The only reason I was waving my hand to step back up here is your question about the sport fish harvest. The sport fish harvest is half of the biomass. That's what their quota is. So not catching those fish can only benefit all of us in the future. Now, the only problem would be is if there were so much fish that they were stunting, but that's not the case. The conditions improving regularly in lower Green Bay. So I think we're on a good path here. And I hope we're not here till 3 years from now. And I hope I'm still here. So thank you.
We hope so too. Thank you.
Mr. Chair. Oh.
Marcy, go ahead.
As a big fan of Green Bay, can I make the motion to approve the recommendation?
You certainly can. You got a motion to approve?
Second.
Is there a second?
Yep.
Is that Dylan?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion from the board? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Brad, thank you. Thank you, Charlie. Let's take a break for lunch.
15 minutes.
15. Ashley, what's a realistic estimate for how soon we can get out, get lunch and get back? Huh?
20 minutes.
All right.
Like that on a shirt. Nice. Oh,
Jim, do I have food on me?
well, I should have worn a black shirt. Yeah, it was good. I'd still be the hurt a couple lateral damage.
That's what we told Dylan. He's way braver.
Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. Appreciate everybody's patience. We tried hard. We didn't quite make our 5 minutes after the hour, but our heart was in the right place. So we're going to pick up on the agenda. I also would like to mention, we have a couple of board members that have some scheduling conflicts this afternoon, and they may need to leave before the meeting is done. We still will have a quorum to operate, and we'll continue on till the end. Okay, next item on the agenda is number 6A, WW-6-22 rulemaking update. Kyle McLaughlin, Waterways Program Coordinator. Welcome, Kyle. Thank you for being patient.
Good afternoon, Chairman Smith, Secretary Payne, distinguished members of the Natural Resources Board. My name is Kyle McLaughlin. I'm a program coordinator with the Waterways Bureau in the Department of Natural Resources, here today to provide you with a requested update concerning our ongoing rulemaking efforts. I have a couple of slides for you that you do have in your packet, so we'll just keep going. So approximately 1 year ago, the Natural Resources Board provided authorization for DNR to move forward with a scoping statement to undertake rulemaking efforts pertaining to a suite of rules considering structures placed in or over navigable waterways. Things like piers, boat shelters, swim rafts, shoreline erosion control structures, waterway crossings like bridges and culverts, and other miscellaneous structures like intake or outfall structures, for example. These topics are of great importance to many Wisconsinites. I'm pleased to report that these efforts are well underway, and we're nearing the point of being able to release a draft of the rule to the public alongside of an economic impact analysis, either later yet this fall or early in 2024. It's our intention to then formally go to public comment in the spring of 2024 and have a final draft available for board consideration and adoption of this rule during the fall of 2024. Over the course of the last year, a team of DNR staff have engaged with a technical advisory committee across the diverse stakeholder group on a near monthly basis to inform broad policy priorities and discuss specific feedback related to draft rule language. In your informational packet, you have a slide containing the membership list of the folks that we've engaged regularly throughout this process. This rulemaking effort can generally be characterized as a cleanup effort with few substantial policy changes being proposed compared to existing practice. As you may recall, the original impetus for this effort was to align rule language with statutory requirements, which have been the subject of change across these various topic areas over about the last 10 years or so. Those changes broadly affect exemptions from permits for certain activities like structures in navigable waterways, the department's ability to develop and issue coverage under statewide general permits, and considerations of the department during the individual permitting process. Throughout this effort, we've been careful not to duplicate statutory language, seeking to clarify practices where there's an opportunity to do so. However, throughout our efforts, we've observed that the statutory language is often very prescriptive, leaving very little room for changes at the administrative level. This rulemaking effort consolidates 5 of our existing administrative rules, which are all based on the same statutory criteria for permit issuance, into a single rule, which will simplify rule language by reducing redundancies that exist across our existing administrative codes. This effort also codifies existing practices related to the individual permit review process, which is that more in-depth review process that we conduct on certain activities. And more specifically, how and upon what information department staff utilize to evaluate a project's impacts on public interest elements like fish and wildlife habitat, water quality, and impacts to public recreation on navigable waterways like navigation, fishing, swimming, etc. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
There are questions for Kyle. Marcy.
Just a clarification with the advisory committee members, the public is always welcome to join, and how do they sign up for the notifications of those meetings?
Sure. So our meetings have been publicly noticed. We have not had any members of the general public engage in those conversations.
But once gets drafted, they can sign up for that email notification. I believe.
Sure. Sorry, are you speaking about the public notice process, or when this rule goes towards that, or in the technical advisory committee side of
you know, that sometimes we hear people weren't able to participate, or they're not the specific organization that had an advisory committee member, like the Lakes Association, for example. There's a lot of people that are really interested in this for the Lakes Association. And I recognize that Mike is an awesome representative for that. But if there's other people that want to watch the process, once we get a draft, or once we get the economic impact analysis published, there are ways for the public, for anyone
to engage in that process.
to watch, right?
Yes. Yep. So they would reach out to myself or other members of our rulemaking team. We do have a Gov Delivery, pretty robust Gov Delivery list of stakeholders who've signed up to receive updates on these various topics that this rule touches. And of course, through the required public notice processes that we'll be undertaking as rule efforts move forward with the economic impact analysis and forthcoming formal public hearing and comment period that we're intending to complete next year.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yep.
Other questions for Kyle? I have one quick one, Kyle. This appears to be in very simple terms, a consolidation of a bunch of separate rules into one, be a little more cohesive and understandable. Just based on your experience and very early discussions, do you see any aspects of this that are going to be unusually controversial?
I don't anticipate any substantial controversy surrounding the scope of our efforts. We've gotten feedback from our technical advisory committee that support some incorporation of locational restrictions on certain practices, or sizing criteria, for example, for waterway crossings that were maybe a little bit more limited. But more broadly, this shouldn't have a substantial effect in how stakeholders engage with the department to complete their projects that they're proposing on the landscape.
So none of the stakeholders have particular feelings toward their own individual administrative code, and they're going to be all right to be consolidated with other people.
Yeah, so far that effort has been supported by the breadth of stakeholders
Great.
that we've engaged with.
Thank you. Other questions for Kyle? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is 6B. We did that one already. Lake Superior Commercial Fishing Board update. Item 6C, the revised draft of 2023 Wolf Management Plan. Randy Johnson, Large Carnivore Specialist. Welcome, Randy.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Smith, Secretary Payne, members of the board. My name is Randy Johnson, Large Carnivore Specialist with the department. And I've got some slides we'll get pulled up here. But yeah, thanks for the chance to come and talk about the Wolf Management Plan, the revised version of it. We'll walk through an informational update, looking at a reminder of the process, but then also some of the key highlights in this revised version, and then a look ahead. So looks like I can run this. Is that correct? There we go. Okay, so we'll start things off with a reminder of the process of how we got to where we are today. And that is a approximately 2.5 year long process where we've worked with a number of different stakeholder groups, engaged with Wisconsin's tribal nations, different government entities, a wolf management plan committee, lots and lots of discussion and input. as well as looking at the relevant wildlife and social science. All of those different ingredients, if you will, are what went into the first draft of this plan. And that first draft was released to the public in November of last year. We went through an extensive public review and comment period. We heard lots and lots of feedback. And from that, we had lots of internal discussions, reviewing that feedback and developing some revisions to this plan. And those are the revisions I'll talk about next. But this revised version of the plan was shared last August, or this August, recently. And so we'll jump into some of those highlights. So first things first, this draft plan remains committed to a healthy and sustainable wolf population in the state. This is certainly no change from previous efforts. One of the big changes is moving away from the population goal approach outlined under previous management plans, where we have a specific number of wolves as the primary management objective. Instead, we're looking at outlining 6 management objectives focused on these key areas of priority, things that people want to see addressed. Things like ensuring a healthy and sustainable wolf population, addressing and reducing conflict, providing the cultural and recreational benefits of wolves, etc. These 6 management objectives are outlined in an adaptive management framework so that we can continually and adaptively work towards achieving these through time. Some more highlights. The plan continues to recommend a rigorous monitoring program, continuing our winter snow tracking surveys, our radio collaring efforts, our population monitoring, law enforcement, on and on and on. So lots of good things there, as well as maintaining the integrated wolf conflict program. What this means is, having all the tools on the table to address and reduce wolf-related conflicts. This talks about site-specific abatement, continuing the compensation program as required by state law, as well as making sure there's education and resources for producers, for hunters, for everybody that's potentially interacting with wolves, to make sure those things are available. And then generally speaking, a big focus on wolf ecology, public education, again, using science when we're making decisions going forward, and collaboration, a word we've heard a lot today, but it's a key ingredient to this plan as well. Excuse me. A lot of attention goes towards wolf harvest, and no surprise there. This plan spends a fair amount of attention considering wolf harvest and has a number of specific proposals in it that are intended to improve the implementation of any future season. These include shortening that harvest registration time down to 8 hours, issuing licenses that are valid to specific zones in the state, which is a change from current, and then taking a more deliberate, calibrated approach to the number of licenses to be issued in these different zones. We've also looked at our management zones, modified a few boundaries, updated those, and then also created a couple of subzones. One set of those subzones is targeting some harvest pressure in areas of chronic, long-term livestock issues with wolves. And then the other subzones are around some large tribal reservations in the north, and in a way to limit some of the harvest pressure in those areas. So really using these management zones and subzones to help address regional and localized concerns in these different areas. So that was all of the things in that draft plan, and everything I just went through remains in the revised version. But based on those 3,500 comments that we received, we spent a lot of time going through those, trying to look at the different themes. What are people picking up on? Where are there areas of agreement? Not so much agreement in other areas. And a big theme, I would say, in that feedback was, calls for more transparency or specificity in exactly what this plan would look like if implemented. Particularly with how many wolves might we expect on the landscape? What are the population sizes to be expected?
And so a lot of the key revisions to the plan are focused on this idea, addressing these public expectations and accountability. And so you'll see on the screen, there's a much improved executive summary. We spent a lot of time working with our communication staff to develop a relatively concise executive summary that communicates the overall vision of this plan. Along with that, a goal statement, again, to help communicate the vision of this plan. Improve transparency and expectation in population sizes. So I'll have this in another slide, but we added a lot of language and clarity in what we expect the wolf population, particularly the abundance, the size, the number of wolves to look like under this adaptive management framework going forward. And then metrics, same idea. In the absence of a population goal, how do you measure whether we're achieving these objectives? And so we clarified and better developed some metrics that we can use to help answer those questions going forward. Whoops, wrong button. So here's the goal statement, and I do want to read this because I want to emphasize the point that although wolf harvest often gets most of the attention with this issue, this plan is much bigger than wolf harvest. It addresses it. It's an important part, but I want to point that out. It talks about the full breadth of management and wolves. So the stated goal of the Wisconsin Wolf Management Plan is to ensure a healthy and sustainable wolf population that fulfills the numerous ecological, cultural, and recreational benefits of wolves, while being responsive in addressing and preventing wolf-related conflicts and recognizing the diverse values and perspectives of all residents in Wisconsin. A broad statement, no doubt, but helps communicate that this is intended to be a plan that works for all, tries to balance these different things out, and remains adaptive. Next, I kind of hit on this, but a lot of the attention or a lot of the comments focused on, under this adaptive management, what should we expect, particularly with wolf population sizes? Should we expect 200 wolves, 500 wolves, 1,000, 10,000? What does this look like? And so we spent a lot of time and development and came up with a number of changes to the plan. This is one of the highlights here, and that is a table which helps communicate, again, what we expect based on the science, the sustainable range of a wolf population to look like in the state. And so on the left of this table, there's a column that has a number of different potential statewide wolf population sizes, ranging from 650 or less up to 1,200 plus. And this range of numbers is informed by the current state of the science, which suggests a biological carrying capacity in the state for wolves of approximately 12 to 1,300 wolves. We know this is static and it may change through time, but this is our current understanding. And there's a lot of biological indicators which suggest, we're approaching these levels. And then on the right is some likely statewide population management outcomes, ranging from growth to stability to even decline, depending on where we're at on this table. And again, this table is guidance only. It's not intended to establish any particular population goals or caps or limits or anything like that. Again, it's intended to address these expectations and uncertainties of what the wolf population might look like under this plan. And to further that point, this is talking about a statewide wolf population. In the future, if and when wolves are delisted, we would still have a wolf season every year. And we could potentially, through management, be looking to reduce the wolf population in one area of the state and maybe let it grow in another area of the state. But when combined, we're looking at stable numbers at a statewide level. And so there's a lot of nuance that goes in behind this table, but this is a high level way to try to address that uncertainty. And again, there's a lot more language and a lot more description of this in the plan that I encourage folks to check out. To kind of sum up the whole spirit of the plan, if you will, we've had previous state wolf management plans in Wisconsin, and largely they've been focused on recovering wolves in the state. They're native species that was extirpated, and they've made the recovery. And this plan explicitly recognizes and states that the wolf population in Wisconsin has biologically recovered. We recognize that. And accordingly, this plan is trying to turn attention towards long-term sustainable management. What does the next chapter look like? What does it look like given the laws that are in place today, requiring a season, et cetera? How do we shift towards that next chapter? And that's what largely this plan is trying to do. And right within that space, you know, the plan cannot tell us what's the right number of wolves for the state. It cannot tell us the right quota for the next time we have a season. Instead, it provides us a framework for having these discussions and for making these future decisions in a way that I believe is effective and responsible and based in good science, and certainly brings in public input as well. And so that concludes my highlight of the revised version of the plan. I have one more slide I'd like to go through just to kind of show what we've been up to in the last couple of weeks and where we look to go in the next few weeks. Along with this plan, you may recall at last month's board meeting, Scott Carroll provided an update on the administrative rule package that accompanies the plan. That rule package has a number of these components of the plan that require rulemaking, such as the zones, the harvest proposals, et cetera. We had a public hearing on that rule back on September 12th. The comment period on the rule ended September 15th. So we've got those comments and we're working through those as we speak. More recently, September 20th, Secretary Payne and myself and a number of DNR staff got together for a state tribal wolf consultation. So we had that meeting in Mole Lake with tribal presidents and chairpersons and just had really good discussions on wolves, the plan, communication, all those things. A few days later, in my role as liaison to the Conservation Congress Wolf Committee, I joined their meeting on Saturday to give a very similar update on the plan and the process and answer their questions. Of course, we're here today providing this informational item, hopefully to help everybody, public included, obviously, just get more comfortable with what's in this plan and a chance to ask some questions as well. The next things on our agenda here, if you will, are a couple of public open houses. So these are scheduled for Monday and Tuesday of next week already. One in Ashland and one in Marshfield, a couple hours in the evening, where we announced these via news release last week, I believe. The whole purpose here is to provide a chance for the public to come and meet with DNR staff, myself included, one-on-one, small groups, what have you, and just have a chance for discussion, ask questions, get a better understanding of what's in this plan, what's not in this plan, and just help everybody hopefully get more comfortable with it as we move towards the next step, which is bringing it back to this board October 25th for review and hopefully approval. And along with that, at next month's meeting, we'll also have the administrative rule package for approval as well. So with that, thank you for listening and happy to answer questions.
Are there questions? Sandy?
I just basically have one. I don't think we've talked about this before, but the you mentioned the previous plans and the number. That was a threshold, right? It wasn't necessarily a population goal, it was a threshold where management would begin. And so if we can start talking about that so that misconception kind of, gets dispelled, that would, I think, be good.
Agreed. Right. So that 99 wolf plan established a quote unquote management goal of 350 wolves. And, that in the plan is defined as the level at which public harvest would be considered and more liberal controls, I believe was the language they used in those days, would be applied, in the cases of depredation, et cetera. And I think one of the things that really helped me understand that was realizing at that time, when they were writing this plan in the late 90s, there were a couple hundred wolves in the state. So that was an upward looking goal. When we reach this level, then we're going to consider these things. And again, it was all very much focused on recovering wolves in the state. To your point, it was not intended to be a cap or anything like that. And so
yeah, this plan is trying to move away from that.
Okay. And then I've attended a couple things where you've spoken at, and I just want to commend you and Eric also for really making a complicated topic and one that is controversial for whatever reason. I appreciate the way that you handle yourselves and the information that you provide and the way you represent us and the state of Wisconsin. So thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Oh, Jeremy, go ahead.
Should we just go in a line? You want to go first? There you go.
Short. Just want to echo what Sandy said. I mean, this is a challenging topic to move forward. I think the adaptive management approach makes so much sense. And especially now that we're, if we've reached sort of the repopulation, there will be within the state, within its range, things are going to move up and down, and they're not going to do them uniformly. And so I think you really do need the finer grained adaptive management approach. But one thing that came through, I read lots of comments from folks about this, and certainly you've dealt with that for a long time. But I wonder, is there any way to get better buy-in from the public on the underlying data on wolf population? We hear things like, DNR says there's 1,200 wolves. Well, I know there's 5,000. They just, from their own experience, they just believe there must be more. And I don't know how you deal with that, and I'm sure you've thought about it. But are there ways to try to move beyond just this rampant speculation about what's going on?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, if I could put everybody in the state in my truck and go out and do one of our wolf surveys, I could, but I don't think that's going to work. I have thought a lot about it, and you're right. This has been an issue that precedes this wolf plan, and it will probably continue after this wolf plan. But I think, we need to do, as a department, I think, a better job of communicating. How do we count wolves? What do the tools look like? Who's involved? How do we analyze this data, and what does it all mean? And so I think a lot of it is the communication and the education side of it. The science, the data, the surveying, I think, is solid. I think we need to do a better job communicating it out. Yeah.
Thanks. Marcy?
Okay, along that theme, I attended the Wisconsin Conservation Corps Wolf Committee and agree, you guys handle yourselves so well with a very difficult topic. One of the things that we hear over and over is that you should listen to the people who live among the wolves and listen to the people from the north. So it was eye-opening to me on Saturday, and you handed me a copy of it. The survey that was done in 22, and the changes kind of in perception from the 2014 study,
Correct.
was it?
Yep.
To 2022. And so I think we need to recognize that. But do you feel like you've listened to the people that live within the range? I mean, next week's our informational sessions. Up until this point, have you heard from the people in the north?
I think so, yes. And what I mean by that is, we've been working on this for 2.5 years. We've had our different committees. One of the first steps we did was public open access input. We put a Survey Monkey online that anybody could fill out. And we had 17,000 people submit it. And certainly we heard people from all over Wisconsin, out of Wisconsin, et cetera. But we're able to kind of look at the differences in input based on where you're at. And it's messy. It's not all, clear cut by any means, but I think we've heard through all these different processes, there's a real frustration in the north. And that's what came out again Saturday. We've heard that, we recognize that. And I think there's a lot in this plan that not only acknowledges that, but is intended to help address that, if that makes sense. Things like, sharing more about how to deal with conflict, helping people make
sharing the resources, right? How do you recreate responsibly in wolf country? What does that look like? As well as things as, as far as delisting and the implications of that. Delisting is the way that we would get a wolf season, as well as the full toolbox, if you will, for the conflict. And a lot of the frustration, I think, revolves around those things, right? We have this recovered wolf population. We're recognizing it. I think the public recognizes it too, largely, especially in the north. And I think there's a lot of common ground there of where we'd like to go next.
Yeah, I agree. And I think we need to help the public understand that more, that this is a success story. I mean, this is incredible. Those of us who've watched it, we can't believe the recovery, and that they've shown where they can be successful in a habitat. But we also need to be clear that we understand the depredation and the impacts on livestock and agriculture and people with issues with hunting dogs or whatever. But until we get to that, as I understand it, a plan and a rule are crucial points in the whole timeline of things.
Yes, to set the stage for whatever comes next. I agree.
Okay. Can I shift a bit?
Go ahead.
Am I allowed to keep? Okay. So as we go through this, and I'm really nervous that we have to address this in October. So I may be repetitive, but the advisory committee that is referenced, is that identified somewhere specifically?
Yes, it's in objective F, one of the strategies in there. And so just for the fuller picture, that's the Wolf Advisory Committee. And the plan recommends bringing this group together. It would be quite similar to other species advisory committees that we've had. And we've had various forms of wolf advisory committees in the past. They've come and gone. But I think this is, coming back to your first question, one of the ways we're going to hopefully help the people in the north particularly feel more a part of this, is having this group meet regularly. So the plan not only outlines what it might look like as far as the roster, the makeup, but it also recommends meeting at least annually and starting to build some trust, really, among all these different groups.
Okay, I'll study that. And then a little bit of myth busting. When payments go out for depredation, is that only when they're on the endangered species list, or is it at any time?
All times.
All times.
Yep.
Is the funding source different when
funding-
they're off the endangered species list?
Correct. When they're off the endangered species list, the funding for that compensation comes from the sale of the hunting and trapping licenses for wolves.
Okay. And then last one, I promise, on wolf dynamics, references to protecting the dens, I understand, but I assume the dens move, or they don't use the same den year after year?
It depends. They can,
Okay.
but they're not certainly restricted to any one particular den.
Okay, but the rendezvous sites, the interest in protecting rendezvous sites, do the rendezvous sites relocate more regularly?
Kind of the same thing. They can reuse them year after year, but within any given wolf range, there's usually multiple rendezvous sites. And these are, you can think of them as daycare basically for these growing pups. They leave the den site at a couple months of age. They go out to these rendezvous sites, and then the adult members of the pack go out, mostly individually, procure food and bring it back to these rendezvous sites. That's where the pups stay during these summer and fall months. And so if they're disturbed on a particular rendezvous site, they might move to the next one, but they're also doing that naturally, just as, basically following the food around. So some of the concern we've heard about protecting dens, but not rendezvous sites, is I think maybe a language issue in the plan where it talks about protection of rendezvous sites is unnecessary. And that's probably poor wording. Biologically, they're really important, but legal protections may not be necessary. So it's an area where we might be able to do a little wordsmithing and improve that.
Well, and if they're a few months old, do they stay in the rendezvous sites that hunting season would impact a rendezvous sites, or?
The rendezvous sites are used from
late spring until basically now, early fall. So by the time a hunting season would come around, that's November and on. The pack is mobile. Those pups are basically adult size. And so the pups, the young of the year, are moving, doing their thing with the adults then.
Okay, would it overlap at all with dog training?
It wouldn't. It does.
Okay.
Yep.
So that's probably what they're getting at, is we're protecting, the interest would be in protecting him from dog training season.
I think that would be a big part of it, yeah. So
Okay.
for a little bit more background on that too, in the, I believe back in the 99 plan, protections for rendezvous sites and dens were recommended. I don't remember the specifics. I don't believe it's ever been in code or anything, enforceable per se. But in the 2007 review of the plan, at that time, the science team recommended continuing protections for den, but found that, hey, we don't need to protect these rendezvous sites with any specific protections because the pups are mobile enough to move. If they do get disturbed here, they can go over to this other site, which they're doing anyway. That and the fact that it's very difficult to, know where these sites are, right? Unless you come across one. So they recommended not including any particular protections, and that's what we're continuing in this plan, but adding some rulemaking specific to dens, to active dens.
Should we look at whether, or maybe you already know, if Minnesota and Michigan already referenced that?
That's a good question. I think Michigan has some protections for dens. I don't believe either has anything for rendezvous sites, just because again, they're kind of ephemeral. They move them around.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it can be anywhere from 3 to, 6 or 7 rendezvous sites.
Okay, that's an interesting. Okay, I lied. One more on my notes.
It's an important topic. Take the time you need.
I know it's been a long day. On Saturday, there was a person who brought up issues on the trapping side. And I, believe it or not, I didn't want to interrupt the meeting and get clarification, but can you describe what the issue is with the trapping? And maybe that's the administrative rule and not the management plan?
It is specific to the rule, where we have a couple restrictions on the size, the jaw spread size of foothold traps for wolves, as well as some restrictions on cable restraint placement. And so the comments we've received on those are basically to make sure they're consistent with what's current for other species. And Sandy and I have talked about this extensively. And so we're double checking and making sure that we've got those in a good place. What I mean is the restrictions that are proposed right now are consistent with the 2012 emergency rule. But I believe there's been a date change specific to cable restraints. That isn't reflected in the updated rule. So we're going to go back and double check that we get that in a good place. And we've had our fur advisory committee over the years weigh in on this. I think the Congress has weighed in. So we're going to go back and double check those positions and come to make sure we got it buttoned up.
Okay, thank you.
Paul? Yeah, thank you, Randy. And I'd like to just ask a few questions to put the answers on public record. So maybe in the effort of myth busting. When we get a plan in place and then which will allow us to go forward, delist and have and be able to manage, will we be able to eliminate a bad wolf?
Well, that's a good question. So one clarification is this plan is, I think it will be very helpful to maintaining a delisted status in the future on wolves. But unfortunately, or maybe depending how you look at it, one way or the other, this plan cannot result necessarily in delisting. That has to come through the federal government and other actions. But
this is the first step to get it delisted, probably.
I think having a plan like this will increase the likelihood of keeping them delisted in the long term because it's science-based, it's adaptable. It demonstrates the state's commitment to both addressing wolf conflicts, but also ensuring a healthy population is around so that they don't have to be, relisted in the future. To your question, this plan has a ton of information and recommendations to addressing wolf conflicts. It recommends that integrated program, working with USDA Wildlife Services to address wolf conflict. Whenever wolf conflict occurs in this state, whether it be with livestock, a pet, hunting dogs, or even the cases where there's what we call human health and safety, like a bold wolf, for example, hanging around occupied dwellings, etc. We work with Wildlife Services to go out and investigate that report. They can either verify it, they look at the evidence, they're going to verify it, or they might say, no, this is a different species or whatever. And depending on that investigation, they're going to recommend different abatement. There's so many considerations that go into it, whether it should be, non-lethal, maybe no action, continue to monitor, or all the way to lethally removing these wolves, if they have to be delisted first. And so the plan lays this out as to what options are available, what the considerations are going to look like, all of those different things. And so to maybe sum it up, it depends what the circumstances are at that site. Is it the first time there's been an issue? Is it the 40th time there's been an issue? Are there neighbors? What are the neighbors? All these different things that go into that final determination.
Okay, that's clear enough. Could you talk a little bit about the subzones around cattle producers or producers that you might have in a hunting season?
Yeah, great question. So in the plan, there's two types of subzones, one of which is two subzones, one in the Lake Superior Plain, northern Douglas County, a little bit into Bayfield. And then the other's in the central part of the state. It's Wood, and I can't remember the exact counties, but 1A and 4A are their designations. And these are two areas of the state that have had a history of repeated chronic livestock wolf issues. And one of the things we're doing is recommending these subzones. In the future, where we would have a wolf season, by delineating these subzones, we could direct more harvest pressure into these areas to try to reduce the local wolf numbers through harvest as a way to support the ongoing conflict strategy. So it's not a way to replace the boots on the ground abatement, the lethal, the non-lethal, everything that might go on at a farm, but it's a way to support that through directing some harvest pressure in there.
Okay, could you address how many people have actually been injured or killed by wolves in Wisconsin?
Yeah, good question. The short answer is 0. Well, that's the answer. We have a handful of conflicts every year that are classified as human health and safety. And what these are typically wolves that are, hanging around an occupied dwelling, or maybe it's a cranberry marsh or something like that, where they're just spending more time than usual in daylight activity. They're maybe just a little bit more comfortable around people than we'd like them to be. Like I said, a handful of those every year, and they're followed up on appropriately. But when it comes to wolves attacking people in a predatory fashion, it just doesn't happen.
Okay. One last one. Did the DNR introduce wolves to the state of Wisconsin?
No.
Okay.
I can elaborate, but the short answer is no.
Yeah.
They recovered naturally in the state from source populations in northeast Minnesota.
Yeah, thank you, Randy. I just wanted to make sure those were all in public record.
Good questions. Thank you.
Other questions or comments from the board?
Do we,
Go ahead, Marcy.
do we have an idea of when we will see the rule and the plan that we're actually going to be voting on, what the timeline of that would be?
Well, it's projected to the October board meeting.
Right,
When we're going to see it ahead of that,
right,
I
because,
don't know.
okay,
How much lead time do you think the board will have in receiving the materials on the plan and the rule?
That's the balance we're trying to strike right now, is looking at the comments on the rule. We've taken some feedback from the tribes, from the Congress, from others on the plan itself. And so we're trying to look through these things, make any clarifying edits that we can, especially in the rule, and then get that public noticed and to the board as soon as possible in front of the October board meeting. So I don't remember the specific date, but I think in the matter of the next couple of weeks, we'd have a final package. Secretary can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's.
Well, I know we need to follow the agenda process and share the information with the board and others. So I would hope they're going to see it at least 2 weeks before they act on or consider it on October 25th. I'm looking at Cheryl to see if she has any further.
Yeah, that green sheet deadline or whatever that thing is called.
Certainly, we would provide copies to the board at the same time that we public notice them. And the goal for that is always 2 weeks before the meeting. I think what I heard Randy say is that we're going to act with all deliberate speed, recognizing it's a complicated area to get a plan and a rule to you as soon as we can.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions, comments? I have a couple, Randy, and they're similar. Most of the questions I had have already been covered. We're hearing similar things, and I think we share several concerns. I too have got an earful about people living with wolves, and they're worried because they're looking at it like they're outnumbered and they're outvoted and they're going to be overlooked. And I keep trying to convince them this is not a fully democratic voting process. And I'd like to hear assurance and maybe a stronger position that those people that are experiencing negative situations with wolves, particularly the depredation, that that's an issue that is going to be dealt with. And I don't want to disregard the broad public input the department's got. That's very important. It shows a lot of interest in the issue. It shows a lot of support for a healthy, sustainable wolf population. It communicates all the public values that people get from that. That's very important to know. But within that spectrum, we have individual people that are experiencing extremely severe impacts on their lives and their ability to make a living because of either the presence of wolves or the threat of wolves upsetting their agricultural operations. And no matter that they might be a minority in an isolated part of the state, we have got to keep that issue clear and we've got to be committed to deal with it, almost irrespective of what we're hearing in a broader public sense. The 350 number, people are absolutely hung up on that. Some of them, they're adamant that it has to be 350. I don't think they understand the consequences of that. If we were to stick with a plan with 350 as a maximum number in it, you mentioned that the plan would not guarantee delisting, that it's a federal initiative. But if we put a plan out that has 350 in it as our maximum population, could you speculate on what the influence on delisting would be of that plan?
Recognizing it's speculation, I think the federal government would look at that and say the state wants to cut their wolf population in 2/3. And also looking at the preponderance of public input, right, is that people value wolves, they want them around, et cetera. And I think that would be a signal that would be kind of a red flag to the feds who are currently, looking through this process, looking at the science, trying to project out what's going to happen if they recommend delisting next time. So what I will share is they have been complimentary about our current plan, this revised version, which I think carries weight. They've been complimentary about how it is twofold. It recognizes that commitment to keeping a healthy wolf population around, but also addressing these conflicts. I think that's really important. And
along with that, I'd add that many of the same people that are stuck on 350 are also the ones that are adamant that they want harvest opportunities and they want to deal with depredation.
Yes.
And the two very inflexible positions almost seem to be incompatible with one another. I think it's a message that we need to send as best we can throughout this process. And I'll probably revisit that next month and in between.
Absolutely.
To me, the plan is critical and it's a indication of the level of support and the intentions of the state in managing wolves. And to me, it's an absolute foundation piece for getting delisting, getting state authority over wolves, and maintaining and sustaining a healthy program. And no matter, let me just say, no matter how good the plan is, if we can't get delisting and we can't get state authority, a vast majority of the plan is going to be very difficult to impossible to implement. We aren't going to have the tools to manage the population. So we'll have a plan that communicates certain priorities and values, but it lacks the tools to really be successful. So to me, the two are just absolutely tied together. If we were to pass this plan, would this give us a foundation where the state, the department, the board could be more aggressive in trying to assert for delisting and for state authority?
I think so.
I mean, to some extent, we're sitting back saying it's a federal decision. I think we can be influential on that decision. And I think it's critical that we try and get the tools to help our citizens deal with negative situations involving wolves. And along the way, ensure a sustainable and healthy wolf population.
Agreed. Yeah,
So-
no, I think you're hitting on two key points, which is much of the conflict, much of the concern, right, impacts a relatively small number of people. These producers, the hunters that lose dogs, et cetera. And we can address those issues better with a plan like this in place, with delisting, with the tools in the plan, than just by reducing the wolf population down to any particular number. We need to apply the efforts to these sites when we're talking specifically about these conflicts. So it's that nuanced approach of dealing where the conflicts are, but also maintaining wolves at a level that's acceptable.
Yeah, but without the plan and the delisting that goes with it, we're not going to be able to influence the population. We don't have lethal means for depredation. We don't have a harvest season.
Yep.
And I've read a number of the depredation reports that show where non-lethal means have been used, and there's sort of been an escalating attempt to discourage the wolves and to get them away from that. And sometimes they're successful, but other times they're not. And the wolves become accustomed to that. They come back, they do damage, and we run out of tools. We've used the tools we have, and in the end, in some cases, lethal means is the only thing left, and we don't have authority to use that.
Yep, those scenarios.
Critical that we have the tools we need.
Yep, those scenarios you just described are playing out right now.
Mhm. So how do we put a package together here and communicating to the public, not only the value of this plan, the value of the rule package, but in the big picture, how does all this stuff come together, be mutually supportive to serve the public in the way that they want to be served?
I think we need to keep talking about it, keep sharing what's in the plan, what's not in the plan. There's a lot of misinformation out there, right? One of the reasons we're here today to talk about this, to communicate the state's commitment to doing these things that we're talking about. It's in the plan. It's a 200-page document that we all recognize. Not everybody can read this thing. So just want to help continue to communicate it, the implications of it, the complexities and the nuances of it. And it all comes down to that same idea of helping people live with wolves, right? Those that are being impacted. We've got the tools in place. We've got the knowledge. We've got the science. We know how to deal with it. We need to be able to. And the way that we hopefully can be able to is to have a good place, a plan in place to, again, turn that attention towards the next chapter.
Yeah, I just really applaud the emphasis and the remarks that Secretary Payne gave at the last meeting, that we're proud of this plan. It's a good plan, and it's going to enable us to go, and confident of our ability with this plan to manage the wolf population and to go after state authority. And I think your role could be instrumental in identifying the pieces of that argument, if you will, that would support our position on that, and to communicate that strongly to the public.
Yep.
I think that's what we need.
Very good.
Any other questions or comments?
Thousands, but
Huh?
I have thousands rolling through my head.
Yeah, I know.
I think the one thing that's clear to me in the time frame and that what we had to deal with in the last hunt and following the last hunt is that we learned from those experiences, and that's what we have to show now is that we were listening to all sides. But again, to continue to have this back and forth of you have to have a fast hunt and then you can ignore quotas and make your own recommendation. I think that would put us back into that spin cycle. And I just hope that we're reflecting that we've learned from the past and can go ahead. And again, it was said Saturday as well that when an endangered species recovers, to keep it on this listing is almost a disservice to the rest of the species that do not get that attention. And that's unfortunate. So, again, we're hearing from a lot of people. We're learning as much as I'm learning as much as I can. We're not going to make everybody happy, but we have to do these things to be able to move forward.
Yeah.
We're done with the past.
The other thing I would add to that, Randy, your comments about to be able to demonstrate an ability and a willingness to manage for a sustainable, healthy wolf population as being key to delisting, downlisting, and state authority. I would expand on that, say that willingness extends beyond the department staff, beyond this board. That demonstration of willingness affects our conservation partners, it affects our hunters, our trappers, it affects our elected officials. We all have to look in the mirror and say, are we conducting ourselves in a way that brings confidence that the state is going to be able to handle this in a positive and a constructive fashion, and to get authority at the state level and enable us to manage the wolf population.
Yeah.
I think everyone needs to look in the mirror and say, how can they contribute to that? Doesn't mean they have to fold over and give in to, suggestions they don't like, but they need to pick a constructive path forward on this.
Yep, I agree.
Any other questions, comments?
Well said, Mr. Chairman.
Well said.
Okay. Randy, once again, thank you. See you again soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next item is 6D, website overview. Katie Grant. Welcome, Katie. You and we have been waiting a long time for this one.
Yeah, hopefully it's just a little bit of a change of pace. So good afternoon, Chair Smith, Secretary Payne, members of the board. My name is Katie Grant and I'm the communications director here in the DNR's Office of Communications. Chris Welch is also joining us virtually. I see he's up there. And together we are going to talk to you a little bit about the DNR website. And this thing is huge. So let me just preface it by saying that we'll only have time to give you a little bit of a snippet of it, but it is a wealth of information. Yes. Okay. So back in 2019 and early 2020, the agency went through a major collaborative effort to redesign the DNR's website. We took steps to modernize to a more user-friendly, accessible setup and streamline content, which included combining pages where necessary and really thinking through how the language on the pages was written to be more customer-focused. As part of that streamlining, we reduced the overall number of web pages and documents on the DNR's website by 34% to make it easier for customers to find the latest information on the topics that are important to them. That said, as you know, we do a lot here at the DNR, and there's still plenty to be found on the site, including over 100 topic areas from across all 6 divisions, including things from ATV safety, air quality information, fishing licenses, spills reporting, events, meetings, hearings, news releases. As you can imagine, that list keeps going on. Chris will go into a bit more detail on this in his part of the presentation, but all of that adds up to over 6,000 total web pages, 12,000 PDFs and documents, and over 22,000 links to external sites. My team and I in the Office of Communications work collaboratively with Chris and his team in DNRIT to make sure the information on all of those pages is accurate, written in plain language, and up to date, while ensuring visuals look clean and inviting, and links to documents on partner sites are always working. It's a massive job, but it's one we take great pride in. A major piece of the redesign was to ensure that the website was accessible for all, including those with visual and audio impairments who may need accommodations like closed captioning on videos, or who may be using screen readers to describe the visuals on a certain web page. The process of modernizing allowed us to improve that accessibility for those users to 99.73%. It's not perfect, but we continue to inch closer to 100% every day through ongoing trainings for our staff and continually improving our content. And on top of that, we've made a big effort to improve the quality of that content, and we continue to do so every day, from checking for broken links to implementing processes for proofreading content before it's published. Our team in the Office of Communications also collaborates regularly with our communications staff in the programs to ensure we're utilizing the various areas on the website to support the greater communications efforts we're making across the board. An example of this was with the recent retirement of the Hunt Wild app as it reached the end of its life cycle. As soon as we heard that this was coming, we immediately started to talk with both DNRIT and the wildlife program on what we could do to ensure that we updated web pages to make it as easy as possible for users to find that information going forward. And with that, I will hand it over to Chris, who will go through a few examples of how we've addressed that particular situation and to walk through the website a bit more in depth.
Thanks, Katie. As Katie mentioned, in 2020, the DNR launched a redesigned website to provide online customers with a modern mobile design and better features to market specific program services and resources. The current design works and looks great on mobile devices, tablets, and desktop monitors. An estimated 66% of all traffic on the DNR website is from customers on mobile devices. There are several ways for customers to explore the department's website. I'll highlight some methods in the following slides, including search, navigation, promotions, and additional ways to locate specific information within this vast resource. First off, around 70% of our site visitors enter the website from external search engines like google.com or Bing. DNR staff work hard to make sure DNR web pages are returned in the top results on those search engines. From wherever customers enter the site, we make it our best effort to reduce the number of additional clicks required. In this example on the screen here, the customer was able to search for Wisconsin hunting resources and find shooting hours information in 2 clicks. The website has always offered a wealth of hunting information, but with the retirement of the Hunt Wild app, the team has made an extra effort to design web pages to help hunters locate this information easily. Although an approximate 94% of the customers are directed to specific web pages within the site from external search engines, around 6% of those customers land on the department's homepage directly. Once on the website, customers can use the site search that is available from anywhere within the site to further search the DNR specific information or drill down into topics using site navigation. We leverage DNR's top position in external search engines for common search terms and phrases to send customers directly to the information that they need. A search for Wisconsin Fish ID sends customers directly to DNR's Wisconsin Fishes page, which not only highlights resources provided by our own fisheries staff, but great resources from our partners as well. As Katie mentioned, the site is composed of over 100 topic areas covering every division within the department. In 2020, website redesign team developed several levels and types of navigation elements to give customers the options that they need. The global navigation, which is in the blue bar at the top of the screen, provides a direct route to popular topics from anywhere in the site. Homepage and topic promotions highlight seasonal resources and timely information. And each topic has its own navigation, which allows customers to navigate within the subject area. In addition, breadcrumbs at the top of each page provides visitors with a way to go back a level in our topic structure or to get back home. This combination of search, navigation, promotions, and other features helps ensure all customers, including previous users of the Hunt Wild app, can find what they need. For example, searching for hunting land brings visitors to the public access lands webpage, where they can download the PDF for the area they are interested in hunting, or drill down further into public access lands data using a custom GIS application that they can launch from that same webpage. In response to customer feedback and in an effort to make it even easier for website visitors, we provide additional ways for searching large amounts of content. For example, the Find a Park application gives customers the ability to filter state parks, forests, and trails by accessible features, activities, camping opportunities, amenities, and rental equipment availability. This is only a brief overview of what we have done to assist customers with finding the information that they need, and ways we work to continuously improve the customer experience. Katie and I would be happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Paul? Well, thank you. And I realize that this is a huge amount of information that we're trying to make accessible. In June, you retired the Go Wild app. And I see that 2/3 of your hits still yet are from mobile devices. And I feel that that we're missing the boat in reaching and knowing who our customers are if we don't have an app. You cannot manage if you don't have data. If you can't measure it, you can't manage it. And I think that as a board, it's our responsibility to find priorities for the staff occasionally. And I think a priority should be an app that is easily used to access some of this information, but also to buy licenses, to buy trail passes. This will give us a database of who buys a bicycle pass on a trail. Right now, I can't buy a bicycle pass on a trail if I go bicycling and I don't have a checkbook or I don't have the exact cash. There's not a credit card reader there. But if I had an app and I could carry the pass on my app, you'd know who I was. And this is just one example. And it's the same in hunting. And I just feel like we're missing the boat here. Not most people don't sit down at a desktop computer anymore and have you're poking around on a little phone, and it's hard to navigate a web page on a phone. You'll get so I guess what I'd like to see is a recommitment to an app, a website that you have to have explained to you is not a thing anymore. That if you have to be taught to use a website, it's not a usable website. That's not acceptable in today's world. It's supposed to be intuitive, and that's why most places have gone to apps. And I really think that we need to have the next generation beyond the Go Wild app. And that's why I asked for this. And so anybody else?
Thank you, Paul. Other questions, comments, Sandy?
Yeah, I'm gonna agree. That's probably one of the biggest things that I hear about the website is that it's just not as easy to access, especially when you're in the field. And just what you were talking about. And then just as a user, I do use the website. I use it in my classes that I'm teaching. And so finding information isn't, I'd really like it to be easier. I was just looking for a forester in our area to come and talk to my classes. And the one I want, I know the forester, I can't find, it doesn't pop up. His name doesn't pop up. So when I search foresters in whatever county, not all the foresters show up. you get a list of here's the people you can talk to. This person might be a forester, but they do something different. So it's just, you don't get a comprehensive list. I couldn't find a ranger station number. Those are things that, and I use the site, or I use the old site frequently. This one's newer to me, but so it isn't giving me the results that I want as a user. And so it's not to say I don't appreciate everything that you guys are doing, really, because it is a ton of information. I love the GIS capabilities and learning about surface water. That's all really great. And there's a lot of information. There could be some things that might be easier. The context would be one of those things.
And it's helpful to know those because we can look at those
Yeah.
examples specifically and figure out where we can improve. So that's really helpful to know.
I figured, yeah, and I hope that you don't take this as,
Yeah.
It's meant for what it is. We'd like it to be easier. So thank you.
Other questions, comments? Thank you, Katie.
Thanks, everyone.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next item on the agenda, Department Secretaries Matters. Secretary Payne.
Yes, we have 2 retirement recognitions. I'm sorry, one for Sean Aish. Am I saying the last name correctly? Yes. Sean Aish, drinking water and groundwater, 26 years, and Adam Hogan, also in the drinking water and groundwater area, 33 years of public service. So we would ask for support to recognize those 2 individuals.
So moved. Got a motion? Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Second from Paul. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries.
Thank you, Sean and Adam.
Great,
Yes.
thank you.
Also, are there any questions on the real estate transactions? Any questions on that matter? I feel like I ask that every meeting and there hasn't been a question yet. Maybe.
Well, it's
Maybe
just
we can
funny
let that
because
one go.
it was the previous.
Yes.
Earlier discussion.
All right. And then I do not have any further department secretary matters, Mr. Chair. So back to you.
Okay, board members matters. Sharon Adams had to leave early for an appointment. Paul Burke.
Well, thank you, and thank you for this community and for the staff that helped put on this wonderful 2-day event. Beautiful surroundings, and it was just a great time going to see a cranberry farm and riding bicycle with everybody. It was spending time talking about John Dillinger last night. It was a great 2-day event, and I'm looking forward to the post-Wolf era that should be coming up sometime soon for all of us, and hope we can accomplish many positive things in that time. One thing I would like to ask is I feel I'd like an expanded minutes. I need some written minutes. Either in formal minute form, or if we can expand the brief of action, so I can find at least so I can find the moment that I'm looking for in the YouTube video without spending 15 minutes looking for it. It's just having the YouTube video as our minutes is limits my patience sometimes. So I don't know if there's a way. I think discontinued minutes 10 years ago, as I understand it from the DNR website. And I just find that my memory needs to be jogged on occasion, and especially before another meeting or someone that had a presentation, and I'd like to be able to look at it without spending a half an hour.
Well, before my time, the board took action to reduce the normal comprehensive minutes down to a brief of action. So it was a specific board decision that I think we're all operating under. We could certainly revisit that, but let me understand what your ask is, Paul. We've got the brief of action that covers all of our points of decision at the board meeting. The video is a kind of a comprehensive record of the discussions and everything else. Are you looking for some kind of a time sequence
That would certainly
on the
help.
BOA that can help you translate over to
That
video?
would certainly help, because sometimes you want to remember your decision-making process, and it's very frustrating trying to find the point in meeting where someone testified or someone gave a presentation. And I just need to have a little table of contents perhaps, or just a little more written material.
Ashley, let me just put you on the spot for a minute. You understand what Paul's asking to try and translate a little better between the two?
There are some times at the top of each thing. Would it be more helpful just to have you break those times down more? Is that kind of what you're thinking?
Yes. All right.
So on the video, on the videos that we, or the history, those are bookmarked per agenda item, right? Okay.
They have per chapter, so I can also show you that feature too.
Okay, maybe
I
I
think that'd help.
missed
Well, let's give that a try, and then if that's not enough, let's revisit this.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else, Paul?
No, that's it.
Okay. Dylan also had an appointment that he had to be at. He told me he'd be listening in on the phone, so I don't want any disparaging remarks from anybody here on the record. Dylan, I hope your travel is safe. Sandy, board members matter.
Yeah, I have one. So I want to just go back to, I appreciate the donation of equipment to the Connecticut State Park. Equipment is so important in doing the work that the DNR does. And one of the things I'd like, and this is not, I guess, not me telling you what to do, Secretary Payne. It's just, I noticed. Northern Wisconsin, up where I live, Lake Superior area, kind of gets the short end of the stick with things. We're with the way equipment is now, it's kind of taken away from those folks and put to where it's used all the time. And then they're subject to waiting for other people to be finished with their project before they can get the equipment. And oftentimes it's not very convenient, especially when it snows earlier up here than most places. And so, and this all happened with the last administration, not Secretary Cole, but the previous administration. And so thinking about maybe undoing some of those things and freeing up so that the people here in the field can do their work would be a nice thing to do. Or if you could consider that. And we can talk more.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you could give me one example that comes to mind, or.
Yeah, there's a wildlife opening in Ashland County, or I'm sorry, a wildlife property that DNR has. That's they've been working on doing a disabled hunter access to have a place where they could hunt and really make it accessible for folks. And that property that's been going, working on for 20 plus years. And this is the driest summer we've had in I don't know how long. That's too wet. They had to close the project down because they couldn't get equipment on time.
Okay.
And so that's just one example.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Sandy.
Okay,
Thank you.
Jimmy?
Well, first, a tip of the hat to staff up here. What a great organization of this event. You did a great job, and so thanks again. We learn a lot when we get out of medicine, so that was great. And I just want to touch on one thing because I have to report back to my wife about this. We live in Mount Horeb, which is right on the Military Ridge State Trail. And it is a great thing when it's in decent shape. And boy, that thing has really suffered. And mainly in the last 10 years, frankly. And some of that was decisions to, make our parks and trails self-sufficient through their own means, which clearly is a very tall order and really has led to basically underfunding the maintenance of trails and maintenance of parks. It's really what has happened. Friends groups can only do so much. Some do, have lots of resources, and that's great. Not everybody has that. Mm-hmm. And these trails are open to everybody. And if we saw one thing on our little bike tour, was what an amazing resource this thing is economically. Now that was from the vision of a town board chair, had this vision. And was able to marshal resources and come up with that. Well, that isn't going to happen everywhere. And these state trails are really that it's our shared resource. So, and I know that there are state funds in this particular budget that are going to maintenance, and that is thanks to frankly, the governor's budget. That we're going to see some of that, and my wife can't wait for that, because she has put in some years 2,000 miles on that trail in 1 year. And right now she's nervous about riding on it because it's bloody dangerous is what it is.
Yeah.
And lastly, we were on a bunch of folks were on e-bikes yesterday, and they're kind of a hoot. It makes you feel like you're a kid again. And it is getting more people on trails. So there's going to be more demand. And I think just from a pure safety standpoint,
right,
we've got to be thinking about better maintenance, because there are going to be more people on these trails. I'm seeing it already. And that's great. We want to see people out, but they need to be safe.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, just a quick comment on that, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the comment that when I was making the rounds with senators, I was talking about three things: PFAS, personnel, and parks. PFAS in the grander scheme of water quality, personnel because we have to be able to recruit and retain, and parks because we are well behind in maintaining our parks and infrastructure. And thanks to governor and thanks to the legislature, we saw some nice increases in all three areas. In fact, I've heard in the parks maintenance area, it's one of the largest increases we've ever received. So I hear you loud and clear, and I know people around the state certainly are noticing it. And my hope is we're going to start chipping away and catching up on taking care of our infrastructure, our facilities, our trails, because it's so important and it's the right thing to do. So thank you for the comment.
Any more, Jimmy? No. Marcy?
Thank you. Yes, I agree. Great event. And thank you so much to the community and the staff that pulled it together. Great collaborations here. My one item is the Rib Mountain Master Plan. Got posted press release and is published now. The three of us got to visit Rib Mountain after the plan was approved by this board. And obviously I had some concerns with the plan when it went through. And then when we visited, we saw some things on the interaction between the ski hill at Rib Mountain and taking care of it, taking care of the park adjacent. So I would like a follow-up on that and how the state natural areas impact was looked at this summer. I know the staff was looking for a season to be able to assess that. So just kind of a follow-up on how that's going, because believe it or not, we're going to head into a ski season pretty soon. And hopefully the management there, everything from the litter and the impact to the adjacent trees. I can't remember the temperature that day when we were up there, but it was a little chilly.
I
But we
remember
got
the wind velocity. I think it was about 40 mile per hour plus. It was cold.
It was cold, but it stuck with me that we were going to follow up and make sure that got some attention. So if we could do that.
We will absolutely do that. Feels like a lifetime ago that
Doesn't
the three
it?
of us
Yeah.
met with them, right? So much has been
Finally
going on,
falling
but
out.
we
Yes.
will absolutely follow up. Looking forward to an update on that, and was really heartened by the comments we heard from the chamber and the ski hill owners and the friends of Rib Mountain. You know, there's certainly some opportunities for partnership and collaboration. So I'm hopeful, but yes,
Yeah.
we will absolutely provide an update, Marcy. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I noticed Phil was still here in his new role, so I have to give him something to do.
Thank you, Marcy. And lastly, I want to also extend my appreciation to the staff James Yock, Deb Benson in particular for their lead roles in planning and preparing the logistics of this meeting. We talked about how important it is for the board to get out here, but again, it's a big workload on a lot of people. And I believe in the value of it, but I also appreciate the impacts on people's time and efforts to make this thing work. And I want to thank them very much. Lastly, I want to extend specific thanks to the community of Manitowish Waters, to John Hanson for his hospitality. And that's an important ingredient as well. And thank you to all the people that took the time to come out and join us at the meeting, both in person or on screen, and your testimony. We don't always have answers for you immediately, but we listen and we try and move things forward. And I appreciate very much your input to the board. With that, I think if there's no other board business, we need a motion to adjourn.
Also move.
We have a motion from Paul
Second.
and a second from Sandy. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, say